Good morning.
Morning.
I'm Greg Johnson, a member of the Board of Pardons and Parole. And are you Justin Flanders?
Yes.
Okay, offender number 210649.
Yep.
Okay. Today's set for your original hearing. So we have some legal things that we need to talk through, as well as how you've been doing in prison since then, and your potential plans for release, okay? Do you have any questions for me before we get started? Okay. Let's go ahead and get you sworn in. Would you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear to tell the truth and be accurate in today's proceeding?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. You can put your hand down. Did you receive at least 7 days' notice of this hearing?
Yes.
Okay. And did you receive your disclosure, your blue packet?
Yes.
Do you have any questions or concerns about your disclosure? Does it look accurate?
Yes.
Okay. And I'll just note that I did get a letter from Odyssey House. Okay. And did you get the psych review?
I did.
Okay. All right. We'll talk about that in a minute. All right. So you're here for a few different cases. Case 217-01834, failing to stop, which is a third-degree felony, sentence of 0 to 5 years. Case 191701562, communications fraud, second-degree felony, sentence of 1 to 15 years. Theft, which is case 221701737, third-degree felony, 0 to 5 years. Case 241700407, which is receiving or transferring a stolen vehicle, second-degree felony. That case also has possession of a controlled substance, which is a third-degree felony. And those are running concurrently or at the same time, which basically is a sentence of 1 to 15 years. Now, the board can decide to release you at any point during that range. To do that, we start with the sentencing guideline, which yours is June 5th, 2025, so just a few months from now. And you also have 323 days of credit for time served, so that's subtracted out of those dates. Okay, does that sound accurate?
Yeah.
Okay, any questions about that? Okay. So, just in brief about the cases, did you read the pre-sentencing report?
I did.
Okay, is that accurate?
It is.
Okay. Tell me about the failing to stop. Kind of what was your thought process?
So what had happened was my truck was coasting down a hill. It was out of gas, and there was a gas station at the bottom of that hill. And the officer turned on his lights at the top of that hill, and I just continued to coast down to the bottom of the hill to the gas station before I stopped.
Okay, and you know, as far as your decision process there, I mean, why not stop before the gas station, or why were you trying to make it to the gas station?
Because the truck was out of fuel, and so if I would have stopped prior, then I would feared that I wasn't going to get to the gas station.
Okay, so it was a hill, but maybe not enough that the truck would start rolling
Yeah.
again. Okay.
Not a good thought process.
Okay. But I understand what you're saying. Okay. Anything else about those charges that you want us to know?
I know.
Okay. And the court ordered restitution and sent that to the Office of State Debt Collection. Do you remember that, or?
So I thought that I paid off all my restitution.
That may be, we don't collect the restitution. So if you have, that's good.
Yeah.
I'm just noting that that was part of the court order.
Yeah.
Okay. And so, talking about the psych eval, what did you think?
So after I read it, I didn't really agree with what he said.
Okay.
When he said that there was a slight case of schizophrenia in there. I don't believe I have schizophrenia.
Okay.
And then when he also recommended an inpatient prior to my release, I don't agree with that because I've got treatment set up. Obviously, you got the letter from Odyssey House.
Okay.
I've got treatment set up for the day that I get released from here.
Okay. And so the evaluator was making that as a quote from you that you thought you had a light case of schizophrenia. So was that a misquote?
Yeah,
or
that was a
just,
misquote.
did it refer to something else?
Possibly. I'm not sure what though.
Okay. Okay. And as far as any other diagnosis in there, were those did they sound right? Or?
I agree with the depression.
Okay. All right. I'm just taking notes.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Anything else on the review?
No.
Okay. Okay. So, talking about your time here, you've been here for a few months. How do you think it's gone?
It's gone okay. I've had a bump in the road, but after that I've turned around and it's been a lot better. I'm in a solid program.
Okay.
Um, yeah.
So when you say bump in the road, do you mean the November
Yeah.
incident? Okay.
Yeah.
All right. What about classes?
So I'm in MRT right now. I'm on step 8, so I should be completing that here in the next few weeks.
Okay.
And then just the solid program.
Okay. And so you've been in both of those for a little bit.
Yeah.
Is there something that you've learned or that stands out to you?
So in MRT, I've learned a lot about what could have been. You know, if I would have made the right choices, if I would have been more clear-minded in my dealings.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Um, so in hindsight, what kind of choices would you have made?
I would have made a lot better choices. I would have chosen not to get into that truck or, not to have picked up that drug or, I would have chosen a lot better choices.
Okay. And as I read through um, the reports, it kind of sounded like some problem solving, like you needed some money for something,
Yeah.
but maybe your choices on how to take care of that need weren't good.
Yeah.
So how would you solve those kind of problems?
Getting full-time employment,
Okay.
which I do have a job lined up for when I get out.
Okay. What job do you have lined up?
With Mill Creek Tile and Stone, going back to be a tile setter.
Okay.
And that starts at like $27 an hour.
Okay. All right. Okay. Well, I think you've answered my questions. Do you have questions for me?
So do they go out with the JRI guideline?
Well, so your guideline is June. The board can go above or below that based on aggravating or mitigating factors. An aggravating factor is getting a write-up, but it's only one. Mitigating can be program completion, and you've enrolled. Seems like you're on your way to doing some good stuff. I mean, you haven't been here that long to complete other programs. The other thing that the board would look at is that recommendation for residential substance use treatment before release. The board's always concerned about reducing risk before release, so they're certainly going to be weighing that out and considering it. I mean, you've offered an alternative, Odyssey House. So it sounds to me like you're agreeing you do need treatment. You would just rather do it out in the community.
Yeah.
Yeah. You have some plans with the job. I read your release plan that you submitted. So the board will consider that too. John, I'm sure that's your question is, will we hold you over guideline or
Yeah.
not? And I don't know at this point. decisions are made by majority vote. At least 3 of the 5 board members have to agree on any release. And yeah, I think you're spot on. That's the decision we have to make is, do we feel like it's okay to go out in the community and do things? Or do we want to make sure you do it here before you leave?
Okay.
We'll send that to you in writing in probably about 2 weeks.
Okay.
And I don't know if you have family that's listening or concerned too, but we post those on our website so your family would be able to see that decision as well.
Okay.
Any other questions?
No.
Okay, so as we make that decision, is there anything else that we haven't talked about that you want us to consider?
Just that I'm trying to turn my life around and that I do have a good release plan for when I get paroled, if I get that opportunity.
Okay. All right. Any last comments?
That's it.
Okay, thank you. That concludes our hearing.
Thank you.
Cassidy Hurt.
Yes. Just waiting for the signal. All right. That signal means we're on the record now and we can start. This is the time set for an original hearing for Cassidy Hurt. And you already told me that's you, right?
That is me.
Do you know your offender number?
It is 245-711.
Very good. My name is Blake Hills. I am a member of the Board of Pardons and Parole, and I've been assigned to conduct the hearing.
Okay.
I need to swear you in, so please raise your right hand. Do you promise that the testimony you will give will be truthful and accurate?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Did you receive 7 days written notice of the hearing?
Yes.
Did you receive a blue disclosure packet?
Yes, sir.
Did you review it?
Yes.
Was it fine, or is there anything you need to point out?
There just weren't, I brought my certificates. There wasn't a copy of all of those in the blue packet, so I just wanted to make sure I had those for you.
We get those on the electronic system.
Okay.
We'll talk about your classes coming up. Is this your first time in prison?
Yes.
How would you rate the experience so far?
It's not a pleasant one.
Out of 0 being the worst and 10 being the best place you could be, where would you put it?
Definitely a 0.
0.
Well, I mean, it's had some positive aspects to it in ways, but negative ones as well.
All right, we'll talk about those. In a parole hearing, we talk about the offenses a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
Talk about what you've been doing in prison, such as the classes you got certificates for. And then we talk about your release plans.
Mm-hmm.
Does that make sense?
Yep.
Now, some of these cases were up in Summit County, right?
Yes.
I was a prosecutor up there, but when I looked, I did not see that I handled any of your cases personally.
Okay.
It looked like it was Trish Cassell mostly in drug
yeah.
court, right?
Yes.
So I may have seen you up there, but I don't believe, since I haven't handled your cases, I don't think I'm biased for or against you.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
Most of these offenses were drug related.
Yes.
Tell me generally what was going on.
Well, I think the past 10 years, really, I've been in my addiction pretty badly. Especially in Summit County too. I think with my cases, I mostly had a slap on the wrist every time I've been in trouble, kind of in and out of jail. It wasn't really until I came to prison that I've actually completed a full program. So I was in drug court in Summit County. Most of the staff at the courthouse I actually know. So I feel like I was in and out of jail and didn't really have a full punishment and kind of got away with a lot when I was there. But I never really had to deal with my actions until now. So I just had a hard time really getting off the drugs. I never really had long times of sobriety, mostly just a few months here and there, and I would be back on the drugs. I believe I made it to phase 3 in drug court until I was back on. I think the longest I spent in jail after that was 6 months at a time. And then I was put on AP&P and had several violations and was back in, and they kept giving me chances after that, and I kept relapsing and relapsing, running from several programs after that, never completed one. And finally, after a while, it was actually a different county who decided to send me to prison, and I finally completed a program here.
Trish Cassell was too lenient on you?
She had good intentions, but yeah, she just thought I could do it and kept giving me chances, and I kept taking advantage of that.
Well, she was right. You can do it.
I know.
You may not have done it yet, but you can.
Mhm.
But it doesn't matter if she thinks that or I think that. What matters is whether you do. Do you think you can do it?
I do now. I feel like I've learned a lot since being here. Actually, I don't know if I knew that I could even complete a program before actually completing one. So now that I've done that, I feel a lot more confident in myself. And actually in the program, I got a lead position as the unit coordinator. So that was something that really made me feel like I can do things, you know? So, and along with that, like I've learned a lot more coping skills that I didn't really know that were things that I needed to learn.
Well, good. The file says pretty much everything: meth, heroin, marijuana, opiates, cocaine, MDMA, and fentanyl.
Mm-hmm.
At the time, it probably seemed like it was making your life enjoyable or good, I
Maybe in the
imagine.
beginning, but after a long time, it just gets, it's not enjoyable in the end.
Eventually got bad.
Yeah.
Let's talk about some of those certificates. We may not talk about all of them.
Mm-hmm.
One thing that is very significant is you completed Elevate.
Mm-hmm.
I'm interested in your honest opinion. Was that just a time filler or was it actually useful or both?
I think, well, keeping my time filled kept me out of trouble really. So, but I, initially when I got here, I wanted to make sure that I did something to make my time actually worth, you know, I wanted to do something to make it so I was doing something good while I was here. So I actually reached out to Dana, the program manager, and just kept sending her kites like, I want to get into the program. I want to get into the program. And she actually got me over there early. So I just sat over in pre-elevate until I got contingent on the program. And so I just kept doing programming until I got in. So that was really cool. And I loved being over there. It was a good experience.
What would you say you learned that will make a difference?
I worked on my codependency skills a lot. That was one thing for sure. Like I've always been codependent on men in my life particularly, so that was one thing I had to work on.
And how will this make a difference in the future?
The program?
Learning about codependency, will it change your behavior or will it have no difference at all?
Well, I think that learning to be independent is something that I've always had struggle doing, and I think that being able to do that will make a huge difference for me.
Have you ever heard the phrase, "the cheese stands alone"?
No.
Huh? Well, what that means is sometimes people have a lot of bad influences,
Mhm.
men or other friends, whatever they might be. And sometimes the cheese has to stand alone, do its own thing and not just go along
Mhm.
with the bad stuff.
Yeah.
Is that what you're talking about?
Yes.
You learned that?
Well, yeah, my main thing is I just gotta focus on myself for a while and get myself stable so that I can, you know, mainly I have 2 children out there that I want to get back to and be able to give a good life to. And before I can do that, I need to get myself in a good, stable condition. So,
Most drug dealers out there probably don't care about your kids.
no, they don't.
So it's up to you to do so and stay away from the bad things, right?
Mhm.
What other certificates do you have that were meaningful to you?
So the two things I did do is complete 2 parenting classes. And then I did do a grief support group. My grandmother died while I was in here, so that was something that had a huge effect on me as well. The completion of Elevate, and then I did ideas for better communication, seeking safety, getting motivated to change, and then the CBISU, which is part of Elevate as well. So
Sure. Only one disciplinary violation from November of last year. Was that just a little slip up or?
Yeah, so I did have that minor setback with the positive UA. Since then, I've just been working with my case manager, trying to get things going again, so.
It's not good, but it's not the end of the world.
Yeah.
And it's been about 3 months.
Mm-hmm.
No issues?
Nope.
Right? Your release plan in the packet said live with your parents. Is that still the plan?
Yeah, that is my plan in the end. They do live in Mesquite, so I know that in order to do that, I'd have to do a compact. So, I do plan on working with that with my case manager. But until then, until that's approved, I just plan to either go to Orange Street and work my way into sober living or just go straight to sober living until I get to go there.
How would you support yourself?
So my grandmother did leave me some money when she died. So I do have that put away for when I get out. So
Well, that's helpful, of course. AP&P will want you to have a job. Is that something you can do?
of course.
Any ideas on what you would do to work?
Well, I have been doing culinary arts since I got here. I did get the write-up, so I haven't finished yet, but I did have enough days to graduate, so I do plan on talking to the chef to see if I can graduate that. And I want to go get a job in a kitchen somewhere.
Okay. You have said some things in this area about change, but narrow it down for me. Tell me whether you have experienced positive change and what difference that'll make.
Yeah, I think that mainly I've grown in like the ways that I care about myself more. And I think that that makes me want to do better out there. I feel like I want to stay away from people that don't care about me and care about, my future and what benefits me for the future, especially when it comes to my children and what's going to be good for them. And I do have a positive support system out there, and I think that that makes a huge difference as well.
Those are all good things. Anything else the board needs to know, or have we covered it?
Oh, I forgot to tell you also, I have been working on my degree while I've been in here with SLIC. I'm halfway done with my criminal justice degree as well. So
Great.
that wasn't in the packet either, I noticed, so.
How much longer would it take?
Probably about, I would guess another 9 months.
I can't predict the future, but you may have to finish on the outside.
Mhm.
Is that something you would do?
Oh yeah, absolutely. I've enjoyed it a lot.
Your guidelines are June of this year. Those aren't mandatory.
Mhm.
In other words, it's not an entitlement where you hit this day and boom, you're out no matter what.
Mhm.
It's a great thing that you completed Elevate. So that would tend to make the board think you should get out earlier. If you were to pick up any new disciplinary violations, get in a fight or use drugs, then that would keep you longer.
Of course.
I cannot tell you what the decision will be because it's not up to me by myself.
Okay.
At least 3 members of the board must agree. Is that something you knew, or is that?
Yeah.
Okay. Didn't know if this was a shock to you.
I was a little nervous coming in, but I knew it would be a decision of more than, I thought there were about 6 of you, Sue, or something like that, so.
All right, so there's only me today. There's 5 members of the board altogether.
Okay.
So a majority of 5 is 3, right?
Mm-hmm.
So 3 members have to agree on whether to grant parole, and if so, when and what the conditions will be. That will probably take a week or so.
Okay,
Any questions about that?
no.
Do you want me to tell Trish Cassell that you say hello and you wish she had been tougher on you?
Yes, tell her I said hello.
I will tell her that. Any other questions that you have?
No.
Okay. Well, Ms. Hurt, thanks for
Thank you
speaking
so
to me, and we'll conclude the hearing.
Okay, thank you so much.
Good morning.
Good morning.
We'll wait for the electronics here. Good morning. The electronics are working. This is the time set for an original hearing for Angel Marie JASSO, is
Paso.
Jasso? Like Spanish pronunciation?
Yeah,
Jasso?
Mexican.
But the point is, that's you, right?
That's me.
Do you know your offender number?
I do. It's 202831.
Very good. My name is Blake Hills. I'm a member of the Board of Pardons and Parole, and I've been assigned to conduct the hearing. I need to swear you in, so please raise your right hand. Do you promise that the testimony you will give will be truthful and accurate?
I do.
Thank you. Go ahead and take a deep breath there.
It's my first time.
Let me tell you what we're going to do so you're not caught off guard, and maybe it'll help you be calmer. We'll talk about the offenses. We'll talk about what you've been doing in prison, and we'll talk about your release plans.
Okay.
And then you'll have an opportunity to bring up anything that we haven't talked about that you want the board to know.
All right.
Okay?
Sounds good.
Now, I want to tell you, if I ask questions, they're not meant to embarrass you or me. Or look at that officer back in the corner. See him? They're not meant to embarrass him either, okay?
All right.
They're just meant to get information. Is that all right?
That's fine.
So first, did you receive 7 days written notice of the hearing?
Yes.
Did you receive blue disclosure papers?
Yes,
Did you look at them?
I did.
Were they fine, or was there anything you need to bring up about them?
They weren't completely up to date.
What do you notice is missing?
I feel like what's missing is, the time span that I've had, like, clear conduct. I don't think that's up to date.
All right, we'll talk about that,
Okay.
okay? Anything else about the blue packet?
No.
Very good. Now you're here for a couple things. Of course, the most concerning one is stealing a car with a child in it, getting in a high-speed chase with the police. Tell me what was going on. Why would you be involved in this sort of thing?
Okay. So the car was running. I'm not gonna, okay, let me start over.
It's best, I'm not looking for any specific answer other than just you being straight up with what happened.
All right.
So the car is
The
running.
car was running. I got into the car, I seen a one car seat that was empty. And I just got in the car and I took off. When I realized there was an infant in there at that point, I was just terrified. I was manic. I didn't know what to do. And to be honest, I was scared. I was scared to go back. And I know that's where I failed. I then picked somebody up to help me figure out what to do. Like, clearly, what I needed to do was drop the baby off, but I was not in a clear mind to make that decision. And I dropped the baby off across the street from a church. I tried to knock on the church. Nobody answered. So my thoughts were to drop the baby at a house across the street from the church. I rang the doorbell. My co-defendant rang the doorbell. And we put the infant on the porch and left.
When you say you weren't thinking clearly,
Clearly.
were you using drugs or what, or were you just?
I was manic, extremely manic. I hadn't used drugs that day. However, there were drugs in my system.
Were they impacting your thinking?
I feel like my mental health was impacting my thinking.
We'll talk about that, okay? Thanks for answering it. It's helpful to get your version of events. Make sense?
Yes.
If the victim's family were to be listening, is there anything you would want them to know?
Yes. I would just like to say that I know there's no words that I could possibly say to take away the trauma and the damage and like the fear that I've embedded. However, I would like to say that I'm sorry beyond words for my actions.
Probably every parent's worst nightmare.
Worst nightmare. I couldn't imagine that. I have 2 daughters myself. And I could never even fathom that happening. And I live with that. Every day.
Thanks for talking about that. You doing okay?
Yes. It's emotional. Excuse me.
Sure. In the packet, it said that you were using meth daily, heroin occasionally. Is that right? I imagine at first it seemed like it was great and helping you out. Did you come to feel that drugs were a bad thing?
Absolutely. It had taken over me.
Tell me what you mean by that.
I mean, the fact that I felt I needed it every single day and I would do whatever I needed to do just to feed that monster, that demon. I've learned a lot about the drug use and what it does to your mind, what it does to your body. And I'm not that person anymore. I can say that. I'm not the person I was on that day. I know that to be factual.
Okay. Tell me about your mental health currently, and I don't mean right now in this room, but generally the last month or so. How would you describe your mental health situation?
My mental health today, well, not on this day. I'm okay. I can say that I'm okay. I think clearly. I make rational decisions. I respond. Instead of reacting, my impulsiveness is no longer an issue. I am medicated and I can make a decision and be okay with the decision that I've made.
What's made the difference when you say before things weren't okay, but they are now? What made the difference?
Medication, education. I'm no longer lost. I know who I am. I'm not self-medicating anymore. I can say that I love myself today and I have a lot of support. Before I know that I was feeling alone. I didn't care about not even my own life. And so I was just covering up, trying to fill a hole that I felt was empty. And today, and from learning the things that I've learned and going through what I've gone through in here, I've learned how to deal with things properly, how to use my coping skills. And most of all, I've done a lot of soul searching and found out what I want in life. And I I know what I want. And I know what I need, and I know what I'm going to do to be better than I was yesterday.
What is it that you want?
I want to be successful. I want to be a loving, secure parent. I want to, I just want to live life, quote unquote, normally, and to be a good member of society and be proud of who I am and what the decisions that I do make.
Are those things you can do?
Yes. Yes, I can.
Do you still need to complete residential treatment, it looks like? Is that your understanding as well?
That's my understanding.
What's the prospect there? Have you talked to anyone about getting back in and when that would be?
I have talked. Also, we're just basically waiting on what happens here. I've also made arrangements for a residential dual residential treatment, which is for mental health and for drug treatment on the outs. It's called the Utah Trauma and Abuse Center. I feel personally that I would have the extensive treatment that I need there. However, if I am to complete this, I will do what's needed to get out to my daughters.
Okay. Now, you brought up in a little bit of a round about way disciplinary violations. There's about a page of them, which is not great by any means. There's a pending one from December. The last one before that was in May. What's going to happen with this pending one in December? Do you know?
Yes, I do. It will be dropped. I've
How
spoken
come? I'm not.
because it
not-
didn't happen.
Okay.
It didn't, it wasn't true.
I'm not saying it shouldn't be dropped. I'm just asking what's your understanding about why it will be dropped?
Because it never happened and I have facts and there's a lot to back this. It was just a big misunderstanding and I've spoken with the captain about it and I'm just waiting for IDHOs. So with that, it's halted my working, my education, like I haven't been able to do anything since that. So I'm just literally waiting for that so I can go about what I've been doing. And that's,
Help me understand why there was a page of violations before that. What was happening that led to all of those?
I'm gonna be honest here, and I just literally didn't care. I didn't care about myself. I didn't care about the things that I was doing. I was still lost. And unfortunately, it landed me in max for a long time. However, that time I spent back there has helped me be where I'm at today. And in a strange way, I'm thankful for that time in solitary confinement. And I wouldn't wish that upon anybody. However, it did help me. That's my truth.
Some of these things were probably, it looked to me, associating with bad people and being influenced by bad people. on some of these violations, it looks like. Some of them were your own ideas, right?
Right.
But others, it looks like people goaded you into doing stuff or convinced you to do so. Is that right?
That's correct.
Have you ever heard the phrase, the cheese stands alone?
No, the cheese?
Yeah.
No.
So what that means is there's a lot of bad influences, right? Sometimes you got to stand alone and do what's right, no matter what other people are telling you to do. Is that something that you've learned?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
You think you can do that?
I have been yes, sir. Yes, sir.
If you were to be paroled, you mentioned the program, what would your plans be after that?
After that, I have a couple sober living places I have in mind where I can still be in a structured environment, work, save up, use the resources that I need to get my own apartment and just go from there, build from there. I have a lot of support. I know of a lot of resources and places to help me get to where I need to be.
Is there anything we haven't talked about that the board needs to know?
Um, just, I mean, my brain's kind of freezing right now. So I just nothing really that we haven't talked about other than since I've gotten out of Max, I have done the best I've ever done. I've been working constantly. I'm in school. I stay to my own. I mind my own business. I've been right up free since May, besides this one that's under investigation. And I'm proud of that. I am extremely proud of that. And I know that I can make it. I'm confident in myself and the plans that I have, that I know I'm gonna be all right. I know that. I feel it. I know it. I'm living it. That's all.
Now, hopefully somebody told you you don't receive a decision in the hearing.
Yes, sir.
At least 3 members of the board must agree on whether to grant parole, and if so, when and what the conditions will be. That can take anywhere from a week or so to several weeks. Do you have any questions about that?
No, sir.
All right. So what are you going to do from now on when other people are encouraging you to do bad things?
Mind my business and walk away.
Very good. All right. Well, thank you for talking to me this morning, and we'll conclude the hearing.
Thank you, sir.
Good morning. That signal means we're on the record now.
Okay.
This is a time set for an original hearing for MAIDA,
MAIDA,
Janet Martinez-Westfall,
yes.
and that's you.
Yes.
Do you know your offender number?
257143.
Very good. My name is Blake Hills. I'm a member of the Board of Pardons and Parole, and I've been assigned to conduct the hearing. I need to swear you in, so please raise your right hand. Do you promise that the testimony you will give will be truthful and accurate?
Yes.
Thank you. Did you receive 7 days written notice of the hearing?
I did.
Did you receive a blue disclosure packet?
In pieces, but yes, I did.
Did you review those pieces?
I did.
Was it accurate, or is there something you need to correct?
There's two things I need to correct. On my statement, I wrote, I forget the restaurant that I wrote, but it was Dairy Queen. And then I did not fill in all of my children's information. I started with my son, and then I just kept going forward. And then I realized when I got the blue jacket that I did not put all of my children's information in.
Okay. And Dairy Queen in regards to where you worked,
Or
or?
in regards to how we started the day that everything happened.
Okay. So it should have been Dairy Queen.
Yes.
Have you had one of these hearings before?
No, I have not.
What we'll do is talk about the offenses. We'll talk about what you've been doing in prison, what your release plans are, and then at the end, you'll have a chance to bring up anything we haven't covered.
Okay.
Is that a smartwatch or a regular
It's
watch?
just a regular watch.
Okay.
I wish we could have smartwatches, but
They won't let us bring them in, so I wondered how you had one.
oh, it's just a regular watch.
Tell me in your own words why you're in prison, and tell me what the whole purpose of this crime spree was.
I'm in prison because I was too drug induced to be of any help and negligently ignored things going on around me and failed to be there for a friend when she needed me. And the purpose of the crime spree was just to we were trying to get money. I was just helping them with locations, and we were just trying to cash their checks and make money. And everything went sour with that. Nobody planned on anything. The plan was not at all for it to end the way that it did.
What were you going to use the money for?
We were going to leave.
To what?
We were going to leave state
And go where?
to California. And sorry, at the time I had a boyfriend that was incarcerated, and we were going to bail him out first.
If the victim's family is watching online, is there anything you would want them to know?
I would want them to know that I am extremely sorry that that is not who I am without drugs. I did not start doing drugs until I was 33, or I did not start doing heroin until I was 33, and that was the beginning of my downfall. Never in a sober mind before that would I ever have been in a situation like that. I don't have a criminal history. I don't have an extensive criminal history. I don't have anything in my life that says that that's who I am. Normally, I know that heroin made me a terrible person.
Why did you start using heroin at age 33?
I started using heroin because I was taking care of my daughter, who is my half sister, half daughter. I was raped at the age of 9 until, and I gave birth to my child at the age of 12. And she, by my biological father, who went to prison, and it started to get to be way too much, just way too much. And it's not her fault, and I know that it's not her fault, and so I tried to bury the emotion, and I thought I was stronger than I was, and that I could handle it, but I couldn't.
What age did you begin using meth?
At the age of 18. And that lasted for about 9 months.
And you stopped,
I did after about 9 months in.
switched to something else, or
No.
what?
No, I just, my mother, has always been there for me, and she just told me that she was tired of not knowing whether I slept or I ate or I had something, to wear, and that I needed to either come home or just not, bother her or the family again. And I chose to go home, and I stayed sober and did well until, I was introduced to heroin.
How would you describe your mental health condition?
Today,
I don't mean here in this room, but generally in the past few
generally,
months or so.
past, I mean, I'm a pretty stable, rounded person. I've held employment. I have helped with the raising of my children. In the beginning, I had a house. I had a husband and a semi-normal life until, like I said, he introduced me to heroin, and then from there, my marriage crumbled, and it just went downhill from there.
Any thoughts of harming yourself or others?
No.
Anything about your physical health that would keep you from working or complying with parole?
No.
Let's see, you were in Elevate,
I was.
but didn't complete. Is that right?
Right.
Tell me what happened.
So I was set to graduate on November 13th. However, at the time, they were electing to move people that had graduated. And I actually felt that I was getting something out of CBI, the cognitive behavior intervention, and I was learning from it, and I was learning tools and coping mechanisms. So I asked if we could postpone my graduation so that I wouldn't be moved until I finished CBI. And I was told yes. So and the advocates, the peer support ladies, told me to really advocate for myself because I've done everything to complete it. However, I had a crochet hook. I took advantage of one of our incentives and had a crochet hook out of the section or the NPR room where we're supposed to have it. And when asked for it, I immediately turned it in. However, the lieutenant felt that I should be removed for that. And so my graduation is, I just need to go back and turn in a packet. I believe it was mentioned in my blue jacket that I just need to go back and turn in a packet and I should graduate. But they wanted to wait to see if you wanted to make me contingent on it.
Tell me, in your honest opinion, did you learn anything in Elevate, or was it a waste of time?
There's definitely things that I learned. Like I said, that's why I postponed my graduation, because I was definitely learning new coping skills and mechanisms to handle life in certain situations. I've always been driven by my trauma, and I never realized it until here recently. And I live in fear and just a lot of trauma. And I was able to recognize that in Elevate, and I don't think it was a waste of time at all.
Can you think of what you did learn that would make a difference in the way you think or act in the future?
Yes, absolutely. I can think of many things. I mean, to sit back and learn, to sit back and think before I act, to remember that nothing is forever.
Nothing is what?
Nothing is forever in that moment or as catastrophic as it seems.
Nothing?
Huh?
Nothing at all?
Yes, well, many things are forever, but as situations arise and you get into trouble or you don't know what to do with things in the moment, like that's not, that feeling is not forever. Sorry, let me rephrase that, that feeling is not forever.
So a feeling of trauma or fear is not forever?
It's not forever, and I can help that by continuing therapy and moving forward. The fear of trauma.
Thanks for answering that. There were 2 disciplinary violations last year. There are 2 pending ones from this year,
Yes,
which is not great.
right.
Never a real good idea to have a disciplinary violation the month before a parole hearing.
Absolutely.
Tell me what's going on, what's led to these problems in your view?
Okay, so I know this is going to sound absolutely crazy, but for the day after New Year's, everybody that I was associating with at the time went ahead and asked me if I wanted to participate in the drink that they had made, and I went ahead and said yes, thinking that I could handle one time. The reason I'm glad that I did is because not only did I sit in shame and guilt for what I had done, but I did not like the feeling. I did not like the feeling that I got, and it made me realize that I have come further from where I thought I was, and that I have made progress. I did not enjoy that feeling, nor is that something I want to experience again.
And then about 2 weeks later, a fight of some sort.
I don't know how to really explain that without it sounding like I'm not taking accountability, because in retrospect, I should have used a lot of my skills that I do know, and I should have stepped back before I acted. But this individual has put hands on me several times, and I've not reacted. I have not reacted at all. She has been in trouble for doing that, and I have not reacted. On the instant that time, she came and she spit in my face, and I shoved her away. My reaction after she spit in my face, was to shove her away.
Thanks for talking about that. If you were to be released, where would you live?
I have a friend in Cedar City who is a great member of the NA community, and she's been a great support to me the whole time I have been here. Has just been there for me, has talked me through many things, and we have plans, future plans to go ahead and do great, and eventually buy a home and her stipulations are that I stay sober, that I join the NA community, that I get a sponsor, and that I go to meetings with her, and that's the kind of support that I feel I need.
How would you support yourself?
I would have a job. As of right now, I don't know if you can tell, but I've been employed the entire time I've been in prison. I have a little bit of money saved up, and I would use that wisely until I could get a job and have income coming in.
You've talked about change.
Yes.
Sum it down into the core statement of how you have changed since you've come to prison.
I have changed in so many ways as to, I've learned not only, so I took a class, Impact of Crime, and that class just opened my eyes and made me realize that not only did this affect her and and her family, it also affected mine and I made my children's victim. And I've grown from that, and I've grown from the fact that I don't ever want to cause that for anybody ever again. I've changed as in I'm no longer quick to anger. I have great, sorry, I'm really nervous. I have great coping mechanisms and coping skills. I have practiced, I'm not sure if you know what the Elevate curriculum is, but they make us practice situations in which to basically be prepared for. And I have many of those skills down, and I've grown. I've become patient, smarter, wiser.
Thank you for answering that. Is there anything we have not covered that you believe the board needs to know?
I don't think so.
We've covered everything possible,
We
it
have-
seems.
Okay.
You don't receive a decision in this hearing today. Is that something you knew?
Yes.
At least 3 members of the board must agree on whether to grant parole, and if so, when and what the conditions are. That decision usually takes a few weeks.
Okay.
Any questions about that?
None.
Okay. Well, I appreciate you speaking to me this morning, and we'll conclude the hearing at this time.
Okay. Thank you.
Good morning. That sign means we're on the record now. This is a time set for an original hearing for KRISTIE Marie Hansen. Is that you?
Yes,
Do you know your offender number?
218245.
Very good. Thank you. My name is Blake Hills. I'm a member of the Board of Pardons and Parole, and I've been assigned to conduct the hearing. I need to swear you in, so please raise your right hand. Do you promise that the testimony you will give will be truthful and accurate?
Yes,
Thank you. Did you receive 7 days written notice of the hearing?
yes,
Did you receive a blue disclosure packet?
yes.
Was it accurate, or is there anything you need to correct?
No, it was accurate.
Remind me, have you been to prison before? Or
Yes, this is my second. So this is my third time out here. I was in Draper twice, and then this is my first time out here.
so you know how the hearings work then?
Yes.
How do you like being out here compared to Draper?
It's different. I like it. The dorms I like to an extent. I wish it was cells though, so we could have like our privacy, but I like how they're doing I think it's the MYOD program, the Suboxone program. I think that's good. Yeah. So I kind of like it. I like Draper better because of the cells, but
How about the mosquitoes?
haven't seen them yet.
Right, you will. You're here for a forgery and then for having drugs in the jail.
It was
Well,
a,
using drugs in the
yeah.
jail.
yeah,
Was the forgery drug related
yeah,
to get money for drugs or something else?
money for drugs.
Tell me about your history with substance abuse.
It started at a young age and it just escalated over the years. I got high with my dad, my first time, my real dad. He passed away in 2011. So I've had a history of a lot of drugs, heroin, meth, ecstasy, acid. I've tried mushrooms. My main use, I've tried crack, coke. My main use was heroin and meth, and then it went to the fentanyl pills.
And what did this do for your life? Make it better?
It made it worse. So much worse.
In what way?
I lost family members. I lost my son. Well, I gave my son up too, but I lost him at first. They took him from me. I lost my dad. I've lost a lot. I've lost personal belongings. I've lost my dad's stuff that my dad has given me before he died. I've lost everything, a place to live, been homeless, running the streets, doing illegal shit to get money. So I've lost everything.
Okay. You are a member of the Juggalo organization.
Not anymore.
When did you cease your association?
Oh God, I ceased my association before in like 2018, 2017.
Are they still around?
Huh?
Are they still around?
Not me, no, but there's still people out there that are associated with that.
Did you have battle axes and pikes and
No,
medieval weapons?
no,
But they do, right?
they do. Some people have hatchets, but I didn't carry anything like that.
What did you do to help them out? What was your role?
I really only just went to concerts and just hung out and partied at our houses, but that's it.
How is your mental health condition currently?
I have PTSD. I have bipolar. depression. I have anxiety. I did hear voices before I started taking my Zyprexa.
Were the voices a pleasant experience?
No.
But now that you're on meds, no more?
Yes.
I'm not a doctor, and neither are you, as far as I know.
Yeah.
But I believe that meth, heroin, fentanyl, probably not good for these mental health issues. What's your thought about that?
I think it made my mental health issues worse. It definitely didn't make it better. All it did was numb me. And instead of feeling my feelings, I was numb. And it was shitty, really bad. Because when I stopped using it, my mental health got worse. Like I was more depressed, more things triggered my PTSD. I have anxiety super bad. I couldn't sleep. So yeah, it made it worse.
But you've seen that the medication helps.
Yes.
Have you been here long enough to participate in what you would call meaningful programming?
I'm signed up for classes, but I haven't done. So I just got out of Arno in January, but I have been going to classes at church, the chapel, and I've signed up for a couple of classes. So yeah, I would say I am. I'm trying to get back into high school because I would really like to get my high school diploma here, or my GED even.
What if you were to be released? Would you just say, not worried about high school anymore? Or would you still pursue?
No, I would still participate. I would still want to get my GED. I don't want to go through life without having at least my GED or a high school diploma. I don't know honestly, how I feel about being on parole because I want to move to Kanab with my mom. And so I just want to start fresh and new and not have to worry about parole or anything. So I do kind of want termination. Like if I could do a year termination or however long, I would do it.
What would you do to support yourself financially?
As soon as I moved to Kanab, I was gonna go get a job.
Doing what? Whatever the rent.
Probably food. Like I've worked at Subway, I've worked at Taco Bell, so yeah, food.
You don't have any disciplinary violations?
No.
Is that because you just haven't been here long enough, or because you're making a conscious effort to stay out of trouble?
Making a conscious effort to stay out of trouble.
And how are you going about that?
So I do get Suboxone. I don't cheek it. I don't sell it. I stay to myself mostly. I do what I'm told. I just stick to myself mostly because I'm not trying to get in all the trouble that everybody else is getting into. That's not what I'm here for. I'm here because I made mistakes and I want to fix those mistakes.
Do you feel that you have changed since you've come to prison any of those 3 times?
Yes.
Tell me how.
This time I feel like I've changed because I don't want to keep doing this. I don't want to keep getting locked up. I don't want to keep going to jail, coming back to prison. Like when I terminated last time, I made it 5 years before I came back. And I feel like if I move out of state or out of Salt Lake, it will help me better myself. And I feel like I'm older now, so I'm tired of doing this. I'm tired of coming to jail. I'm tired of coming to prison. I'm tired of being locked up and away from my family. I've lost people since I've been in here. I lost my grandma. I just lost my grandpa. So, yeah, I feel like I've changed a lot.
You've matured, in
Yes.
other words. Now, of course, this isn't a negotiation, right? Your expiration date is 2029.
Mm-hmm.
If those are the options, go on parole or hang out here until 2029, would you rather parole?
No.
You'd rather stay till 2029?
If I have to, yes.
Most folks would rather be on parole than wait another 4.5 years. Is it because you just flat out know that you won't do it?
I just know that I'll end up back here if I go out on parole, and I just don't want to keep doing this. I want to move out of Salt Lake to be with my aunt and my mom and start fresh. I really don't want to go out on parole. If I have to, I will to see, but I just know I'll end up back here.
Well, the board doesn't force people to be on parole. The board could vote to parole you, but you'd be given, you already know this, a parole agreement, and you could sign it or not. So I appreciate you being straight up with me. If you get a parole agreement, would you sign it or would you just tear it into pieces? Or
I would sign it.
now I recognize it's not your top choice, but if the choice is parole or another 4.5 years, you'd rather parole?
I guess, yeah. I mean, I would really rather not go out on parole, but I can try it.
Sure. I mean, I imagine that everyone in this room has things in their life that they would rather didn't exist or that they didn't have to do, right? Does that make sense?
Yeah.
But none of us can make you be successful on parole. So if it's just flat out going to be a waste of time, just tell me. And
It probably would be just a waste of time to put me out on parole.
anything else the board needs to know?
Nope.
Okay. Well, since this is at least your third time, you know that you don't receive an answer today.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
At least 3 members of the board must agree on what happens next. They might vote for parole, I don't know.
Okay.
And if that's the majority vote, I guess we'll just have to see what you decide to do.
Okay.
But that decision can generally take a few weeks or so.
Okay.
Any questions about
No.
that? All right. Well, thank you for talking to me, and we'll conclude the hearing.
Okay. Thank you.
Good morning. This is the time set for an original hearing for Kevin Kirby. Is that you, sir?
Yes.
My name is Blake Hills.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. I am a member of the Board of Pardons.
Okay.
I have been assigned to conduct the hearing.
Okay.
Before we start, I need to swear you in. So please, do you promise that the testimony you will give will be the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Kirby? We send people blue paperwork before the hearings.
Yes.
So papers should have been sent to you about the hearing.
Yes.
Did you get papers?
I got it.
Yes, I received it.
Can you read them, or did you have somebody read them to you?
Well, someone else explained to me.
Another person explained what was on the paper to me.
Can you read?
No.
Did you receive advanced notice of this hearing?
I got the information.
Yes, I received the information.
I remember the doctor told me that maybe I will have a meeting with.
The doctor told me that I would maybe have a meeting with the board today.
Do you know when the doctor told you that?
Maybe almost 1 year or 1 year. Yeah, just maybe about 11, 12 months.
Maybe about 11 or 12 months ago.
Do you feel like you're prepared for the hearing?
I do.
So you want to go forward today?
Yes.
What we will do is talk about the offenses.
Okay.
We will talk about your medical situation.
Okay.
We will talk about what you have been doing in prison.
Okay.
And we will talk about what you would do if you were to be released from prison.
Okay.
That sound fair to you?
Yes.
I will ask you some questions. They aren't designed to make you feel bad.
Okay.
They're just designed to get information.
Okay.
The first question is, tell me what you did when you committed these crimes.
Well, me and Sherry Robinson. She was my girlfriend for maybe about 5 years. And we had a kind of toxic relationship. We were using drugs and alcohol real bad. And then it just so happened that night in Salt Lake, she had left the room and everything and stuff, and I didn't know where she was. And I just got angry. And she came back. I accused her of going to sleep with the drug dealer for more drugs and everything. And then one thing just led to another, and I just lost it, and I just physically assaulted her.
Were you mad?
I was mad, yeah, and then just confused on drugs because we drank like maybe like a fifth of vodka. And then she had some pain pills that were tramadol. We took maybe about 5 or 6 tramadol a piece, along with cocaine and everything, crack cocaine. So my head was just,
Did you prevent her from leaving?
yes.
If she were to listen today, is there anything you would want to say to her?
Yes, I would like to apologize. And every night when I say my prayers, although it's been over 12 years since I've seen her or had any contact with her, I still pray for her every night and hope that she's changed her life around and been a better mother to her children and everything and stuff. She's part of my prayers every night. And if she was here right now, I would apologize to her and tell her how bad they made me feel for doing what I did. And to be honest with you, for about the first 2 years after I came to prison, I was in denial. I was telling myself I didn't do it, and my mom, my sister, my daughters, and everything. It took 1 week before they actually believed that I committed this crime. They thought I was lying because I'm not known to do anything like that to women. And finally, they got the information from the jails and stuff like that, and they looked it up online. They was like, "Oh my God, he did put his hands on the woman." But my family didn't believe I did, and for about 2 years, I was in denial. And then I just had to talk to myself one day. I said, the only way that I'm going to, be a better person from this is I just have to take responsibility and admit what I did and everything and stuff. And then that same night, I had a choice to make that I wanted to be a better person. And I know that the only way that I could become a better person is I had to become my mother's son again. Because my mother didn't raise a drug addict, she didn't raise a criminal, she didn't raise a woman beater up, she didn't raise any of that. And so the only way that I had to change my life is I had to become my mother's son again. I believe I've done that in these last 12 years.
Thank you for telling me that. When you did these things, did you threaten to kill her?
Thank you. Yeah, that was mostly was out of threats. I said it, but I was just popping off at the mouth. Yes, but I said that.
Will you tell me about your history abusing drugs and alcohol?
Okay. I started using crack cocaine at maybe about the age of 18. And at the time when I started using cocaine back in school in the 1980s like that, they didn't teach us about drugs the way they teach kids now. So around that time, if I saw homeless looking people on the street and stuff like that, I just thought that they were people who were just out there who were down on their luck. I had no idea they were out there because they were smoking crack cocaine. And at the time, if you had to put crack cocaine in front of me, I wouldn't know what it was. And then the time came around, but I had the opportunity to take my first, use of it, and I tried it, and I've been hooked on it ever since then. And then what I started to learn was when I was a younger child, at age 6, I was living in Italy, Texas with my grandmother. I was raped by about 6 different people, 3 of them at one time. And as I got older, I started noticing that when I was using the cocaine, it would just take all this stuff away. I didn't have any flashbacks of what happened to me when I was little, nothing like that. So I was just medicated. But then after that, it just got out of hand. and I lost everything. I lost my wife. I lost my children. I lost a lot of my family, my friends. I just lost. And that's one thing I can say about all those years of using crack cocaine. I never won, not one time. It was just lose, 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 lose.
Thank you for telling me that. How would you describe your mental health condition in the last few months or so?
It's been difficult because I lost my hearing to meningitis when I was 9 years old. And I mean, I went through a little phase and everything while I was feeling down and everything, but I was still young. But by the time I got to be 12 years old, I realized, okay, being deaf is not all that bad at all because I can learn sign. People could write to me. I could see. And from 12 on up, I just lived a normal life. And there was never a time, if you had told me this, I would have lost my eyesight. I would have never believed it because my eyes were my ears, my eyes were everything to me. So now I'm moving right along up into this phase. Now here I'm going blind. I can't see. And it's just really taking the toll on me. Some days I just feel like, just giving up. But the only thing that keeps me sane and stuff, the people from the blind center, they come once a week and they teaching me how to use my cane and they teaching me Braille and everything. And they're teaching me more and they say, Mr. Kirby, there are a lot of people out there who are just like you. They can't hear, they can't see. She said, but they pretty much live productive lives. She said, because times change, we have a lot of devices and technology and stuff like that that'll help you function just like a regular person. So every week when I go to them, they give me some encouraging, advice and stuff. So it helps me hold my head up a little bit. But then sometimes it's just get real overwhelming because like some of the things that was the most simple task, like putting seasoning on my food, has become one of the hardest things it is for me to do because sometimes I could put too much seasoning on my food because I can't see it, and that's my tray. If I put too much seasoning on there, the officers I can give me another tray. And I really don't trust anyone else, with my food and everything. So I'm hanging in there. It's rough, but I'm hanging in there.
Can we talk about your current medical condition?
Okay. Well, what's going on now? It's been okay. I've had a problem for the last 2.5 years since we been here. When we were at the other prison in Draper, it wasn't so bad because I was in one housing unit for a long time, and the officers there got to be accustomed to me, and there were 3 other deaf people there. We actually had a meeting with the Department of Justice, with the director, the warden, and everything, and they came down from Washington, D.C., and they told us to tell the people everything at the prison we needed, and they gave them a certain amount of time to do it. Well, they gave us a little bit, but we were still okay. But then when we came here to the prison here, to the new prison, most of all that stuff that we acquired at Draper, it just vanished. And we didn't have those accommodations and stuff that we need, and it's been hard. And one of the main problems I've always had throughout the course of my life by me being deaf, fortunately, it didn't affect my voice. I talk just, like normal people. And the problem I have with officers sometimes, they confuse, they think just because I can talk, I understand things that they're saying. And sometimes, it causes the situation to escalate, 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 escalate. And then sometimes I have paperwork from the ADA people saying that they're supposed to use this device. They supposed to write to me written communication. This is a letter for the ADA. And for some reason, they won't do that. And then I find myself before the situation with the officers escalating. It will call the 13. More and more officers coming. I'm getting confused. I don't know what's going on. I'm frightened. I'm frustrated. And I would get thrown down to the floor. And then sometimes I would do things like, for example, if officers communicate with me and I say, officer, can you go get the communication device? Officer, I didn't understand you. I would kind of take things a little bit farther. I say, okay, I'm gonna make him go get the communication device. I'll pop all my pills out of my blister pack. If you don't do your job and do what this letter right here says do, I'm gonna take all these pills. And then that didn't do anything but make it worse. I thought it would help him go get the device, but it didn't do anything to make it worse. So it's been tough. And then now it's even worse because I can't hear or see. And I was getting to the point where officers, when they approaching me, sometimes I don't know it's an officer. So I had to meet with the case manager over there not too long ago, and I'll be trying to come up with a way how I can identify an officer if they come up to me. So I said maybe the officer can take my hand and put it on this radio or put it on this badge or something. And he said that he would have to run that by the deputy would, he said, because he don't think that we're allowed to put our hands on the officers and stuff like that. So they're trying to figure out a way how that happens. And then one of the biggest things that I have now was like the people come up to me and I don't see them until they get right up on them and I jump. Oh, and it's so frightening. I could be in my cell, laying in my bed. People will come in my room and everything and stuff. It's just a whole bunch. I can't use the hearing impaired phone anymore. I can't write my mom. I can't receive letters from my mom. I can't order commissary. And my mom is still sending money for me to order commissary, but I have to rely on someone else to put in the order. And I think they're stealing from me. You know what I mean? Because they know I can't see what's in the bags. I think they're stealing from me. So everything has just become real difficult.
Thank you for telling me that. When did you begin to lose your eyesight?
Oh, this happened at Draper. The doctor we had at Draper name was Dr. Sargent. He was the eye doctor there. And I remember the first time I had a sinus problem, I went to him. He said, "Oh, you probably got dust on the floor of your eye." He gave me eye drops. And then it got better, and then it got worse again. I went back to him. He said I probably had hair in my eye. He said I had an eye infection. He said everything but what was wrong. And then finally, when we got here to the new prison, I noticed something was really bad. So we had a new eye doctor once we got here named Dr. Russell Slaw. He did an examination for me. He said, "Mr. Kirby," he said, "I think you're going blind. You have a severe case of glaucoma." And that's how I found out. And I just feel like that the Dr. Sergeant had called on to this back in Draper. The doctor at the university, they said they probably could have saved it. But by the time they got here, it was too aggressive.
Have you been told how much longer you will be able to see at all?
They don't know. I could go to sleep tonight and wake up in the morning and be blind. They don't know. And that's the same thing it was with my hearing problem when I became deaf. They said they don't know exactly when I'm gonna go completely deaf. So it probably started before I was age 9, and then when I got age 9, that's when everything just boom. But at the point now where I'm at now, I'm completely blind over here on the right side, and I'm nearly blind over here on this side right here. But what happens is right here on this side right here, someday it fills up with fluid, and when it fills up with fluid, it's real blurry, and I don't see anything. I can't see anything on days that just eyes blurry. And sometimes it can stay blurry for days. Sometimes it can stay blurry for hours. Just no time limit. Just whenever it clears up.
Did you say that you are completely blind in the right eye?
Line. Yeah, I can't see anything on my right eye.
So only vision in the left eye.
Yeah, I have minimal vision in my left eye.
Can
And
you,
over probably about the last 2 or 3 months, I can tell it's getting worse. I can feel it. When it's getting worse, I can tell.
can you do daily activities?
Well, I can put my clothes on, and sometimes I put them on backwards. But the people from the blind center, they taught me how to fix that problem. But then as far as my food and stuff like that, I have an ADA assistant and stuff like that doing my food. And then one of the biggest things is really embarrassing. When I use the bathroom now and I wipe, I don't know when I'm clean. So the doctor, he tried to come up with a solution about a week ago. He gave me some wet wipes. He said maybe that'll help. And the thing about it, the people from the blind center, They are actually trying to help me. They have all kind of devices and everything, that I can use to try to lead a normal life. But the only issue with that is that the prison won't allow me here. A lot of them won't pass the security clearance. They call it security risk. So a lot of things that the people from the blind center are offering to bring me here to help me function on a daily basis is policy. It won't pass security here. And then they only come on Fridays because they have a school up there where they're teaching people like me every day, people who are deaf and blind how to function. So that's why they only come on Fridays because that's the only time that they can find. So in my Braille classes right now, I'm doing pretty good. I know all my alphabet and stuff, so we're starting on words. And they said that if I had more time to learn Braille every day, I would be better by now. But then the problem about the Braille is you're helping me learn Braille here, but inside the prison, there's Braille nowhere on the walls, on the doors. So I'm trying to figure out why is the prison teaching me Braille when they don't have Braille on the wall. So I talked to the people from the ADA, and she said that the course said that they're not required to have Braille on the wall. It's their choice.
Are you able to participate in programming?
Program.
Could you explain that?
What I mean is classes that deal with treatment.
Well, my vision got real bad now, so sometimes they have interpreters come. I was going to high school and I tried to get into substance abuse a long time ago, but every time I tried to apply for substance abuse, they would say my parole date was too far off. They said apply again when I get a certain, length to my parole date. So they turned me down, but I did get a chance to participate in complete anger management. I did that. And then I had to stop going to school and everything and stuff because it got to the point in school where I couldn't read the papers and stuff. I couldn't do the work and stuff like that. So I had to give up on school.
There have been a number of disciplinary violations. Can you tell me what has happened with those violations?
Yeah. A lot of those disciplinary things came from my way of trying to protest or about my ADA accommodations or when I didn't understand. So like an officer would tell me something and then I would let him know I didn't understand. You read my lips, you understood me. Sir, I didn't understand what you said. So we used to have this man who did disciplinaries. I can't remember his name, but he was very helpful for me. When I had to write up, he would go back and check with that officer first. When you gave Kirby that direct order or had that interaction with Kirby, did you use clear and effective communication? They said, nope, he would tear him up. And then so they were like, why? And he said, because you didn't provide this man with clear and effective communication. I don't know if he said he understood what you said do. So some of them got torn up and then a new person came and I got a lot of them on there. And then sometimes one that I'm really concerned about is that I was trying to do my protesting one day about some ADA accommodations. They had me shackled in a wheelchair. So I looked inside the wheelchair and there was a piece of plastic there and I pulled it off the wheelchair and I told the officer, I said, man, if you guys don't start giving me my accommodations, I'm gonna swallow this plastic. So he came over and grabbed my wrist and I brought my arms up and I was trying to put the plastic in my mouth and he took it from me. And I thought everything was fine. But another officer who walked up on the scene wrote a disciplinary report, said inmate Kirby tried to bite officer, blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, wow, I've never tried to harm law enforcement a day in my life, here or on the street. But from when he walked up on the situation and seen me trying to put the plastic in my mouth and the seal holding my hand, I guess he assumed that I was trying to bite him. But that was untrue.
Thank you for telling me that. If you were to be released, where would you live?
My plans are to do the interstate compact. to transfer to my mom's house in Dallas, Texas. And then so far, my mom and my sister and everybody, they already got everything in action. They're calling around the blind centers and everything, trying to find a place close to my mom, like the place to see her in Utah, where I can go every day and learn how to live, as a person who's deaf and blind. So they're already taking care of that, trying to find the places close to my mom that assist me. And they've been looking into places where I can get to see an eye dog. They're on the ball out there.
Do you feel that you have changed as a person since you came to prison?
I don't feel, I know. I know because since I've been here, I've had 6 grandchildren since I've been here. When I came, I just had my 3 daughters. And I don't want my grandchildren to go through the same thing that my children went through with me. And it took a long time. It took about 5 years after I got here before I finally built a relationship with my children. And they made it very clear to me. They said, if you get out of here, if we hear one thing, the slightest thing about you being anything about the person you were before you went to prison, you would never see your grandchildren. You won't have any interaction with them. We're done with you and everything. So something good came out of this, you know what I mean? For me to be punished, but something good came out of it because it gave me an opportunity to build a relationship and get back into my children's life again. And I just wanted to just go and just try to make up for everything that I lost with my children and have, some time with my grandchildren. And it's something that I want to make very aware to you, that I'm very aware that if it hadn't been for my disabilities, what I'm going through right now, I wouldn't be sitting before you right now today because my parole date was still off. And I know this right here is I didn't think about going back home, being with my family and seeing my kids and everything. That's not what it's about. For me, what it's about is going out there, trying to learn everything I can to learn how to live and function as a deaf and blind person before this eye goes. That's what it's about to me.
Is there anything we haven't talked about that the board needs to know?
Yeah. One thing that I'm very proud of myself in the 12 years that I've been here, I don't know if you've been hearing stories about on the news or not, but sometimes there's almost more drugs in this prison than it is on the street. In the 12 years, I haven't no drugs at all. Nothing. I haven't smoked a cigarette. I haven't did anything. And if I move into a cell with a guy and I find out he's a junkie, a drug addict, whatever, he got drugs on there, most of the time I just go to the office and tell the officer I don't want to be in that cell. I'm avoided. And the reason I'm getting so emotional about this is because this is something that I did on my own. I'm proud of myself because when I was out there on the street, it didn't take much. You could just flash drugs to me and I'd be ready to go. But drugs have been all around me here in this prison 12 years, and I haven't used drugs at one time. And I made out to myself that I would never, ever, ever in my life allow something to have that much control over my life. Because before I came here, drugs controlled me. Me as a person, before I got hooked on drugs, my heart was full of love, it was full of kindness, it was full of compassion. Drugs took all that away. But in the 12 years that I've been here, it's all come back. As I see right here before you today, my heart once again is full of love, kindness, and compassion. And I'm going to live that way, until I take my last breath.
Thank you for telling me that. Is there anything else the board needs to know, or have we
Yeah.
talked about everything?
Okay, yeah, and just one last thing is, if by the grace of God I'm able to get out of here, you don't have to worry about me committing crimes. You don't have to worry about me hurting anyone. My days of all that is over, it's done with. The old Kevin Kirby died 12 years ago. It's the new Kevin Kirby. So society would be safe. You don't have to worry about me hurting anyone.
Thank you. You don't receive a answer today. At least 3 members of the board have to agree on what happens next. So that could be parole. It could be another hearing or something else. That decision will probably take a few weeks or perhaps even a month or two.
Okay.
Do you have any questions about that?
No, I pretty much understand everything.
Well, thank you for talking to me.
Okay, you too. You have a good day.
We will end the hearing now.
Thank you too.
Hey, Kirby.
Board hearing.
It is Tuesday, February 18th, 2025. This is the date set for an original hearing for Jamal Hassan Winston, offender number 226935. Is that you, sir?
Yes, sir.
Good morning. My name's Dan Bakavoy. I'm a member of the Board of Pardons and Parole, and I've been asked to conduct this hearing today.
Okay, sir.
I will let you know that these are live proceedings. I'm not sure if anybody's online, but they are public hearings.
Okay.
We have 20 minutes for this hearing. We're going to go over the convictions, discuss your behavior, your criminal history,
Okay.
your supervision history, and any plans for release. And then also at the end, I'll just give you time to give me any information you would like the board to know. Does that sound good, sir?
Yes, sir.
All right, let's go ahead and get started then. I do need to swear you in. Could you go ahead and raise your right hand? Do you promise to tell the truth and be accurate?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. You can put your hand down. Did you receive at least 7 days written notice of today's hearing?
I think I have. I have the packet form that was given to me. I think it was in December.
Oh, okay, so you've had time. And were you able to review that packet of information?
As I checked my background and my charges. I went over it, see what the background was like. Sat down and read it.
Did it look all right, or did you need to make any corrections?
I don't know if it's make any corrections, but I just had glanced at it, the criminal background, and I just looked at it.
Okay. Well, and we'll discuss that today and any information you want to give me. And I will kind of go over that in your history and stuff. So let's be ready to talk about that.
Yes, sir.
Are you ready to move forward then?
Yes, sir.
Perfect. Okay, so we're looking at two convictions. There was in 2018, March 14th of 2018, you were charged with and then ultimately convicted in case NE 159 with distribution of controlled substance. Tell me what happened in that case.
I was having a little addiction. I had met this person. They asked me for drugs, and I arranged it. And then the second time they asked me for drugs again, I arranged it. And I think I was arrested and busted at the same time. I arranged the second offer.
So tell me about the distribution. Was this, did you have issues with substance abuse and this was a way to get money for that, or were you making money on the side?
It was more like, it was like support my habit. Somebody asks me for something, I'll get it for them, and they'll, you know, I mean, they'll give me some, or they'll give me a little cash or something.
Okay. And you said support your habit. What was your drug of choice? Was it methamphetamine, heroin?
It was amphetamine, sir.
Okay.
It was meth.
And then in case ending 000, this was from September 28th, 2022. It says you stole a bicycle from OC Tanner. Tell me about that.
I was caught red-handed. I mean, I'm not gonna lie about it. I did take it, and I was caught for that, and I was placed under arrest, and I was placed in Salt Lake County Jail for that the same day.
So I'm looking at your criminal history. It's pretty extensive. You have over 20 convictions, it looks like. What's contributed to your continuing to offend?
It's like the last couple years, I've haven't been like out committing crimes. It's just these same two warrants that are there. You know what I mean? It's like I go to jail and I get out, and there are warrants again. I go to jail and I go and there are warrants. It's not like I'm committing crimes constantly.
So Well, let's see. So I'm just kind of looking. Let's see. You have a, well, let me go back to some of the earlier cases. So in 2014, attempted retail theft, you had a couple cases in 2014 of that. 2016 a theft, 2018 possession of controlled substance. Then you had a distribution. I mean, it does seem all drug related. Is that accurate to say?
Yes, sir.
So tell me about your substance history. It says you started experimenting with alcohol and drugs at the age of 15.
Well, I've started. I was an alcoholic. I used to get drunk when I was 15. From the age of 15, I started meth when I was like 16 years old, and it's been an ongoing battle in my life.
It says you got clean though. Tell me
Yeah,
about that.
I was clean. I went to a program for about, I say, almost a year. I was doing great. I wasn't having any drug battles, and then I had this warrant had popped up, and it put me right back into being incarcerated. And then I was released to another program, and I guess the second program didn't work. I was asked to leave. It was certain things going on, and they asked me to leave.
So what allowed you to be successful when you were able to quit and do the program?
I guess working kept me motivated to not use. So I was clean. I was sobriety for a little bit longer.
So do you feel like it's like leisure time when you're not working and that leads you to start using drugs again?
When I'm not working, I have a lot of time on my hands. I feel like I could do certain things, like probably use or relapse. Because when I'm not working, that's most of the time I relapse. So when I have time on my hands.
So if you're released, how are you going to make sure that these sort of things don't happen again?
Well, keep working and try sobriety and try treatment. I mean, treatment helped for that almost year and a half it worked. It's just that when I wasn't on drugs, another felony, another warrant had popped up, and it kind of set me down for a little bit.
Well, okay, you've mentioned that a couple times now. In what way does getting the warrant set you back?
I didn't think that it was a warrant or was a problem, and then that issue was addressed, and it kind of slowed me down and put me back in incarceration for 10 months, and I was asked to go back to another program.
And what about that becomes a
And
problem for you? Do you?
and that time I was sober in that time. I didn't want any stops, and that was kind of like a bump in the road.
How are you doing right now with while being incarcerated? Have you been using it all?
No, sir.
I mean, you're just the way we're talking here, it seems like you've been clean. So and I'm not seeing any discipline. Do you have any disciplinaries for drugs or alcohol?
No, sir.
Not seeing anything. Says you have not received any disciplinary reports during this time period. You've earned the privilege, you've gotten to a pretty good privilege level. You haven't had any issues or write-ups, and you've been pretty quiet. So what allows you to be successful? I mean, how are you so successful when you come into the prison setting?
I'm calm. I keep to myself. I try to keep my mind in the books. I try to just keep out of the way. I don't want to be a nuisance to anybody's to anybody's sentence or my sentence.
Are you reading anything interesting? You talked about.
James Patterson. I just picked that up a couple days ago.
Okay, you like in that fiction stuff?
Yeah, I have a whole Bible. That keeps me motivated sometimes.
Okay. I'm not seeing that you've been involved really in any programming. What have you done any programming? What's going on with that?
Well, my last programming was in Salt Lake County. I was doing cats for a little bit before I was asked to come to prison. So
Okay, yeah, and you've only been in here since December, right?
yes, sir. I was moved from Salt Lake County to here in December. I think it was December 12th.
Okay, so you really haven't had time to do much programming at all. So you're arrested, you were sentenced, you started probation, you had some success in probation, but tell me a little bit more about what exactly happened with your probation that caused you to come back here.
I was on probation. I was actually checked in. I went and checked in right away. I sat down with my probation officer. We had a good conversation. I checked myself into treatment right away. I stayed in treatment for about almost 2 months. From that altercation, it kind of like, I don't know, I guess kind of like got in the way of probation. Because I left the program, my parole officer had drove me back to the county jail. From there, I was released. I had called him back, and he told me that I wasn't his agent. And from there, I was put back in incarceration.
So you've been assessed, so they do assessments, right? The LSR&R, level of services, risk, needs, responsibilities. Your overall score they put as intensive. What do you think are some of your risk areas? I mean, you personally, what are some of your risk areas?
Um, it's probably like, I think, failure. Sometimes I don't have a problem with complying. I can comply. There's no problem there. It's just certain issues, man, that makes certain things a problem. You know what I mean?
Well, not exactly. What do you mean?
I mean,
What
like
specifically do you mean?
If I'm struggling if I'm struggling financially, that's a problem for me. It's just certain things that, you know what I mean, that comes with complying.
Okay, yeah, no. And do you have a difficult time finding work, or is it easy for you?
I wouldn't say it's easy. It's financial problems, stability with home sometime. Um, if I'm not in the home, I struggle. It's a problem there. That was my last struggle with my probation officer. I didn't have a home. I try to do this out of a shelter, and that was a problem. You know what I mean. It's just certain issues.
Well, like speaking of home, let's see, tell me about like any support you have outside family support.
Well, the last time I talked to my mother, I think was in January of last year. I've really been like a distance from my family. Is, you know what I mean, because I'm always in jail, or I don't have or I don't have home, or it's just certain issues that keep me distant from my family. I mean, if they were there, then it'll be another boost up for me. And you understand? But my habit is kind of a reason why I'm distant from my family is my drug use. So that keep me distant from them, and it's just certain other things like that. You know what I mean?
So it sounds like if you're off drugs, you're working, you have a place to live, everything's going well. That sounds pretty nice, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. It
Not
does.
being in here, you don't want to be in here.
You're right. You're right. You're right.
I mean, and look, nobody wants you to be in here. We want you out. We want you working, being productive, being healthy, being clean. So if the board decides to parole you, how are you gonna stay clean? What's your plans?
Just work, and then and have a new hobby, and I need to find a new hobby. If I can find a great hobby, then of course, if this will work.
And do you have any specific plans on where you would work?
Right now, it'll be probably a warehouse. I have good experience in restaurant work. I've been a construction worker. I've have experience in rigging. You know what I mean? I have good experience. It's just certain issues, but I'm working on having a different hobby to help my life.
What sort of hobby do you think would be good?
I'm thinking about going back to school. I've been thinking about that a lot.
Do you have your GED or high school diploma?
Yeah, I'm a high school graduate.
Okay. But maybe going and getting like an AA certificate or
Yeah, that'll work.
going into.
That could work.
So, I mean, you need to do some sort of residential substance use treatment. Your risk level is very high for alcohol, drug problems. So you need to do some sort of substance use treatment.
Okay. Okay.
So, I mean, do you agree with that?
Yes, sir.
So where would be best? I mean, look, one way is the board just keeps you incarcerated and you do the residential substance use treatment here in the prison. And that's usually almost a year's long.
That'll work. That'll work.
Well, do you think that would be best for you to stay incarcerated and do the residential treatment while incarcerated?
Yes, sir.
Or do you think it would be better to parole you and have you do it on the outside? Where would you be most successful?
I think that I can start it here. I mean, keep it going. So I don't fail or think outside the box. So right now would be a perfect time for me to sit down and take some treatment classes.
Well, and if you do that, there are lots of college courses that are offered at the prison as well that you could
Okay.
take advantage of.
Okay.
I know that Slick has courses here, other universities, I think, Davis Tech. There's
Okay.
all sorts of opportunities, and I do think that would be a great idea for you to start, taking
Yeah.
those courses. Like usually, so residential substance use treatment usually takes about a year. If you get done earlier, you'd get credit for that.
Okay.
But you think that it would be best for you to do it while incarcerated to
Yes,
help
sir.
you finish the program?
Yes, sir.
All right. I mean, I kind of see that. That's kind of what I was thinking potentially, but you know, all right. Well, anything else that the board should consider?
That's pretty much it, man.
Well, great. I appreciate talking with you today, Mr. Winston, and taking your time. And the board should have an answer in about 1 to 2 weeks. We need to have a majority vote, so don't make a ruling or anything right now. It's, we need to have a majority vote, but we
Okay.
should have a response in about 1 to 2 weeks.
Okay.
And, it's very likely that, you'll be ordered to do residential treatment. So start thinking about that, and also
Okay.
some college courses you want to take, okay?
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
Well, I wish you the best of luck. And with that, we'll go ahead and conclude today's hearing.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yep. I think I missed lunch.
Today is Tuesday, February 18th, 2025. This is the date set for a rehearing for Boston, Cole, Osborne, Crookston, offender number 237015. Is that you, sir?
Yes, sir.
Well, good morning. My name's Dan Bakavoy. I'm a member of the Board of Pardons and Parole, and I've been asked to conduct your hearing today. Before we get started, I would like to let you know these are public hearings. We have some family of yours supporting you today. And I'm not sure if any victims are online or anybody else, but these are public hearings. We have about 60 minutes for this hearing. I don't know that we'll spend quite that long. We can take that long if you would like. We're here to discuss your updated, it's called the LSR&R, right? Level of Services, Risk, Needs, Responsivity. You have an updated version of that, as well as your institutional progress report.
Yes, sir.
So we're here to talk about that. We'll discuss any plans you have for release if you are paroled. And finally, I'll just ask for any information you want to give me that I can pass on to the board. And of course, I don't make a decision today. That has to be done by 3 members of the board, and that usually takes about 1 to 2 weeks. Okay, you ready to go?
Yes, sir.
All right, well, let's get started. I do need to swear you in. Could you go ahead and raise your right hand? You promise to tell the truth and be accurate.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thanks. Did you receive at least 7 days written notice of today's hearing?
Yes, sir.
And did you receive your disclosure packet of information?
I actually have it with me right now.
Oh, perfect. So you got a chance to review that then?
Yes, sir.
Anything you need to change, or does it look all right?
It looks all right to my eye.
Okay, sounds good. Well, let's go ahead and move forward. So you were sentenced on July 25th of 2018 of aggravated robbery and a manslaughter. You were committed to the prison shortly thereafter in August of 2018. Then you had a rehearing last year about on 1/31 of 2023. At the time, the board expected that will set this rehearing for today, and they expected you to be free of major disciplinary violations. You were to remain CAP compliant. Do you know what CAP means?
Yes, sir.
Case action plan, right?
Yep.
You were to remain compliant with your case action plan. And the board also ordered an updated LSR&R and institutional progress report. So we're going to discuss that today. Let's first talk about your CAP. What are some important case action plans that you were given?
So I was supposed to do RSAT program and education and then have a job. I completed the BRT back in December of 21, I believe. And I graduated high school in January of 20. And I've currently been employed as a house mouse down in Beaver County for almost a year and like 3 months now.
A house what?
A house mouse, a janitor.
Okay. Mouse?
Yeah, that's what everybody
House
calls it.
mouse.
So
Okay.
I get stuck.
That's what I thought you said. I just wanted to make sure I understood. Yeah, so you did the MRT. What did you think of that? Moral recognition therapy. What did you think of that?
When I first did it, I was in Cache County. It was kind of hard at first because I wasn't really educational, we'll say. I wasn't too bright. And so it was kind of hard at first, but when I did it again down in Beaver for the BRT, actually opened up a lot and had me see my faults when I was a kid, see why I made some of the choices that I did. And I mean, I regret most of the choices I made as a kid, not necessarily all the good choices, but it affected my family a lot more than it did me.
Well, tell me, what are some specific things you learned from the BRT?
The BRT, well, it helped me recognize that I don't need drugs or alcohol to cope with my feelings. I can always reach out to either my family, or if I feel like that's not enough, I can always go to a therapist and talk to them and actually work through it instead of bury it down inside.
Well, tell me, what are some of those feelings that you've had to, I mean, you started coping and using drugs for, what are some feelings that,
Felt alone, felt like nobody cared really, so I just would use drugs to kind of cope it and just mask my feelings most of the time instead of talking about it, because I always thought that that was a weak way to deal with something instead of having somebody else there to help me.
okay, anything else from that program that you learned?
Not
Are
really,
you,
no.
are you seeing a therapist right now, or?
No, they stopped me on a therapist after I graduated the program.
Okay. Do you plan on getting one once, and if you are paroled?
Most definitely.
Um, Probably everybody needs to see a therapist. I think that's,
I think it would help a lot,
I think it,
honestly.
I agree. Um, Tell me about high school. What are some things you learned, or how do you feel that you graduated high school?
High school, it was just kind of at my own pace, so it took a while. It made me feel slow, I should say. It made me feel good that I graduated. I never thought I'd graduate, so that made me feel good about myself and gave me a little bit more confidence. But other than that, I mean, something to pass the time with when I was locked up.
Well, that is a good thing to have graduated high school, so you should be proud of yourself for that. There were some things going on in your life, and you had issues as when you were young, as a juvenile, led you to being held in detention. Tell me about some of those issues, because I think they're kind of related to what happened, the crime you committed.
My drug problem started at a young age. I was about, I want to say 6 or 8 when I first started smoking marijuana, and about 10 to 13 when I first started drinking alcohol. Me and my dad weren't really close when I was growing up, and that was my fault. I kind of pushed him away. Recently, I've actually gotten back into contact with him and trying to repair the damage that I have done with my family. But I just was easily influenced, let's be honest. I was easily influenced as a child, seeing my friends acting like thugs, and that's what I wanted to do at the time. Realizing now, if I could go back, I would change a lot of things that I've done in my life.
Well, tell me about that. What would you change?
Well, first, I wouldn't have started using just because I see my friends using. I understand now that just because my friend's doing something and everybody thinks he's cool doesn't make me cool if I follow him. That I need to start leading my own thoughts and actions instead of going off of somebody else's.
Yeah, I think that's a really good thing for you to learn and realize, about yourself. And one of your risks, this is pretty typical, but like one of the risk factors is companions. And I mean, that's something that you need to be able to find some pro-social support once you get out, if the board releases you. Tell me about that. What sort of pro-social friendships do you have and support do you have in the community?
So I haven't talked to any of my past friends since being incarcerated. The only ones that I have been talking to is my family, such as my grandmother, my father, my stepmother, and my siblings. So I feel like they got the best interest for me and probably aren't gonna let me out of their sight for the time being. But as far as friends go, I realize that I honestly don't need friends. They haven't been here for me for the past 8 years, so I've been doing it all by myself, so to say. I honestly really don't need friends at this point. They just get me into trouble and bring me down.
Tell me a little bit about, if the board releases you, what's going to help you make better decisions?
Well, from being locked up and being around a bunch of gang members and knuckleheads, it's gotten me to think before I act, hold my temper down a little bit before I just react. And my stepmom has made it a valid point that I can always go to her and talk to her about whatever I need, whether it's relationship problems, problems at my job, or just issues that I have with myself. And if that doesn't work, then that's when I'll proceed to go to a counselor or to get into an AA type support group.
I haven't seen any disciplinaries for abusing substances. Well, no, there is one back in October of 2022. Do you remember what that was about?
Yeah, so I was making hooch.
Um, have you been clean since then, or just you haven't been caught, or what?
No, I've been clean. After that write up, I just dropped it and stayed away from all that nonsense.
How often were you drinking while you were incarcerated?
That was my first time.
Now, is this the longest you've been clean since you were a juvenile then?
Yes, sir.
How does it feel?
Now, after 8 years of doing it, it feels amazing. Realizing that I don't have to rely on a crutch, that I can actually use my words and not be afraid of reaching out to somebody to help me with the things that are going on in my head and my life that I don't understand, to where if I need to, I can talk to somebody else about it. It just feels great all the way around, knowing that I can count on people.
So, you've done really well with like the BRT, you finished your high school diploma, or you finished high school. You're working as a janitor. How else do you fill your time? And what will you plan if the board releases you? What would you do to fill your time?
As of right now, I work out about an hour, hour and a half a day on my free time, about from 5 to 7-ish, would say. And when I get released, I plan to move to my grandmother's house and help her out because she doesn't have nobody helping her. So I'm gonna move to her house, help her out. There's a gym right around the corner of that. I plan on working at Wasatch Waste Management right there in Layton. And that's about 10 hours a day out of my day out of that. Go to the gym after work and help my grandma around the house and do chores and whatnot.
I want to talk a little bit about the disciplinary violations. You've been free of disciplinary violations since June of 23, so that's good. But I do want to ask you, so 4 months after your last hearing, you picked up another disciplinary for tattooing, and you had already received disciplinary violations for that same thing. What was happening that you chose to violate the prison rules?
So I was tattooing on my cellie at the time. He was about to get out and go home and had unfinished tattoos, and he was wondering if I could finish them. And not thinking properly, I agreed to it, and that's what led me with another violation. All the other ones is because I wanted tattoos, and I would always get sent to the hole and come back out, and they'd be unfinished tattoos, and I'd just try to get them finished.
Well, and I kind of want to talk about that a little bit. Like, I mean, you had a board hearing, it was earlier than you know, it's pretty early on. Your guideline is not until August of 2026. So you got seen kind of early. And you were expected to not commit any violations. What were you thinking when you chose to do that violation? Like, what were you thinking about the consequences of what the board might do, or?
At the time, no, I wasn't thinking about the consequences until I seen the board and caught that last one, and that's when I decided to get a job and kind of just wipe my hands clean of all the tattooing and the hooch brewing and all that stuff.
Do you think that's been kind of a pattern in your life where you haven't thought about consequences?
Oh, most definitely, it's been a pattern.
And has that changed? I mean, you haven't had any disciplinaries since May of 23, so it's been a pretty good chunk of time. What's changed? What have you learned from that?
I learned that it hurts my family more than it does me when I go into the hole, because they can't talk to me and they start stressing out about me, and I've realized that my decisions are bigger than just me. It hurts everybody around me and everybody that I associate with. So therefore, I take accountability of the way my family feels when I go to the hole. They're disappointed, they're upset, they feel like I'm not learning. And so I finally just decided to get a job and focused on me instead of everybody else.
Well, and tell me about like thinking about consequences. What have you learned? Because that's what you learn in like BRT, right? Is I've heard people talk about like playing the tape forward. Did they use that phrase?
No, I have not heard that down in BRT.
What do you think that would mean to play the tape forward? Because I've heard people say that, and
So I'd assume it would be to, if I'm about to, let's say, tattoo on somebody, play the tape and see, well, I could do this. I could go to the hole for this many days, get a fine, get another write-up, and disappoint the board. And so I'd step back and think, well, is that something I really want to do now that I got a job? I'd think how my family feels about it, not being able to talk to me for however many days that I'm gone for. And then ultimately that it's just not worth it. It's not worth the risk of my freedom no more. It's not worth the acceptance, I guess, from other people because I can tattoo, or I'm over here doing tattoos. And
yeah, I think I mean, that's exactly what you're supposed to be learning, right? Is thinking about those consequences. And unfortunately, you put yourself in a spot where you were convicted of manslaughter, and you probably were not thinking about consequences. Or do you think, I mean, tell me about that. What?
so that's unforgivable no matter what I say next. That's unforgivable. I took somebody else's life, and that's not okay. And anybody, anywhere, that's not okay. But at the time, yes, I was not thinking. I was on drugs, and that's not an excuse. I was on drugs. And no matter how many times I say I'm sorry, it's never going to bring Brian back. The only thing I can do is ask for an opportunity to show to the state of Utah and my victim's family and my family that I have thought about it every day since it happened, and it's not okay. I'll never be able to repay that debt. No matter how many years I serve in prison, it's never going to be okay. I took that guy's kid away from him.
Tell me what you would tell Brian and his family if you could talk to them.
But I'm so sorry I took your boy away from you. I'm sorry. Like I said, I wish I could go back and redo it. I really do. The only way I can prove that I'm really sorry and that I'm sincere about it is just try to pay it forward with the next generation. Let them know that it's not cool to follow your friends. It's cool to lead, be a leader, be successful in life, not be in these white clothes and be behind bars with all these hoodlums and thugs. And I'm just so sorry.
So, and what specifically would you do differently?
Do differently now?
Yeah.
Definitely stay away from all the drugs, that's for sure. Drugs are not your friend. All they do is pound you down and ask for whatever you have until you don't got nothing, and they keep on squeezing. And next thing you know, you're either doing life in prison or you're dead. I plan on working and just, if I need help, reaching out to my family. And if that doesn't help with where my headspace is at, reaching out to a therapist and see if I can't get some kind of medical help with it.
Are you taking any medication?
I am not.
Other than, wanting to continue to see a therapist and talk with your family, any other mental health concerns that you have?
I do not.
When you first arrived to the prison, you were assessed as high risk. You've been able to reduce that. Currently, you've been assessed as a moderate risk. What allowed you to reduce your risk?
I mean, the only thing I have an issue with on the whole risk thing is that my companions, like we were talking about earlier, I mean, there's only so much people I can hang out with, and it's kind of lonely if you just hang out by yourself. But that's the only one that I really had a problem with is my companions and the people I've been surrounding myself with. Other than that, just getting my education and doing a program, I mean, I honestly don't see how I couldn't have progressed in my risk, you know what I mean? I came in, I didn't join a gang. I've been staying out of all the assault drama and political drama with all the people that's been in prison.
So what I noticed is that you were ranked as high risk in education, but you reduced your risk by completing your diploma or GED. You were a medium risk in substance abuse, but you lowered that through programming, through residential treatment. So that's real positive. That's what the board's wanting to see is you reduce your risk. Because that's the main thing that the board needs to look at is public safety. We can't release somebody who we feel is going to be a danger to the public. And so the way to do make sure that you can eventually get paroled is to reduce that risk, right? And you've been working on that. You've been doing a good job, working hard at that. You're still assessed as high risk for companions, but of course, like you're saying, it's hard to reduce that when you're incarcerated. But I do think that that's one of the important things that I think that was a major influence, and you've talked about that negative influence. And so you need to reduce your risk in that area for sure. And you've already told me how you were going to reduce that though. And that's by, being with your grandmother, talking with your stepmother. You've developed a better relationship with your father. These are all pro-social relationships that you need. Can you tell me a little bit about that?
Well, me and my father haven't talked. Well, we've been talking for about 3 years now. Almost 4. 3 or 4 years now. Before that, I didn't talk to him for about 10 years. And it's because of the things that he's done, mostly the things that I've done in my life, using drugs, acting like a hoodlum, and just really pushing him away mostly. And then after my grandfather passed away in 2022, I reached out to him with my thought process being life's too short to hold a grudge. He's my only family member as a parent that I have left. So I figured if I can rekindle the relationship with me and him, that I'd have better success on parole if I was to ever get out. My grandma, she doesn't really have anybody but me. She has my little brothers, but they're moving out here shortly, trying to spread their own wings and do their own thing. So I'm worried about her, and it's the only thing I really can try to do is make sure that my grandma's safe and try to repair the relationship with my dad still.
Okay, and then you were also high risk for leisure. That's one of the important things, and you've kind of talked already about what your plans were. I also saw that you part-time, you might be a tattoo artist.
Yes, sir.
Is that something you'd be trying to work on?
That's actually my plan as well. As working up at Wasatch Waste Management, I plan to go to school so then I can get my licenses and certificates that I need to become a tattoo artist out there on the street, and try to make it to where I don't have too much leisure time with 2 jobs and my family. I don't think I have any real time messing around with friends.
You've done quite a bit of programming actually. So you did an anger management. What did you learn from that one?
That one is, I actually learned how to think before I react to certain people when they're trying to push my buttons, and just kind of brush it off to where I'm never going to see this dude again. So he wants me to react a certain way, possibly get into trouble. But really, it's what my family thinks about me, not what some random person I met in prison thinks about me. So I figure if I can step away from that and look like a weakling or whatever they might say about me in the section or in jail, so I figured that it helped me with realizing that things are much bigger than being the tough guy. Sometimes you need to be the small, soft guy to actually succeed in this world.
And you took a relationships course. Tell me about that.
Life's real lonely when you're locked up, that's for sure. Honestly, they kept trying to do like marital and girlfriend type relationships in the class, so I really didn't understand too much of the relationships part, but I know it is a two-way street. I can't expect you to love me for my bad side and not get any of my good side.
You took a thinking for a change. Tell me about that, class.
I mean, if you want to change how you are, you got to change your thinking at first. I mean, you can't just keep doing the same thing and expect a different result. I mean, that's sanity, you know, that's doing the same thing over and over and over, and you're just expect a change. You actually need a change. So the first thing you do is start with your thinking process, your thinking habits, and
Do you feel that you've changed?
in a lot of ways, yes. In a lot of ways, I don't look to get high to support my feelings or suppress them. I've actually learned how to communicate with my family instead of just kind of brushing it off and waiting until it blows over. I have changed my life that I don't want to live here no more, that's for sure. I mean, this place sucks. It's not fun.
Okay, anything else you would like the board to think about when they make a vote?
If you guys, I know it's not up to me. I understand that my crimes are unacceptable. They're unacceptable. As long as you guys show me, just give me one opportunity to show you guys that I can be a productive member of society again. That's all I ask, is just let me get one opportunity, please.
Do we have anybody online that we know of? Okay. All right. Well, if that's it, then we'll, like I said, we'll go ahead and, I need to think about this. There's lots of factors that need to be balanced. We are going to look at the guideline. It's only a guideline. We don't have to follow that, but your guideline is in August of 2026. So we need to think about the guideline. We want to think about the current risk you present to the public. We want to balance that with the programming you've done, the successes you've had in the institution. I want to think about the victim impact, the impact that it's had upon the victim, and really just weigh and try to balance all of those things. Now, you will get earned credit time. And the way that works is once the board decides on a specific parole date, you're given time off of that date. And so you've earned, from what I could see, you've earned 2 different credits. They're each 4 months. So you've earned 8 months. For your high school degree, you earn the 4 months. And then for the residential treatment, you've earned 4 months. So you'll get 8 months off of what any parole date that the board gives. But the board can go over the guideline date, they can go under. And me personally, I'm still not sure exactly where I would vote. I'm trying to think about all the things we've talked about, all the things you've learned, and these things we've talked about. But also really, and I'll read again some of the letters. You got some letters of support. I'll read those. But I just want to think about all that and think again about the actual crime itself and the impact it's had upon the victims, and then also the public safety. So I'll write up a vote and I'll send that to the other board members. You need to have 3 board members agree, 3 of the 5 agree on what to do. We should have a response in about 1 to 2 weeks, and we'll go ahead and let you know by letter, okay?
Okay.
Do you have any questions?
Oh, sure.
All right, well, I appreciate your time today. And with that, we'll go ahead and conclude today's hearing.
Okay, thank you for seeing me.
All right, well, thank you and good luck, sir.
Thank you.
All right, we are on the record. This is the time and place set for an original hearing on Jose Estrada, 256430. Is that you?
Yes.
My name is Bradley Rich. I'm a member of the Board of Pardons, and we had scheduled an interpreter to be here today, and he has had difficulty getting into the prison. And because of that, we won't be able to have an interpreter. Do you understand me so far?
Yeah, I understand you.
And so I'm recommending that we just continue the matter for a couple of weeks so we can get it on the calendar. You have the option to say, I want to have a hearing today without an interpreter. But my advice to you is let's put it over to the next available calendar. But the choice is yours.
I'm waiting.
All right.
That's better for me.
All right. With that, we'll see if we can't get an interpreter who has a driver's license to allow them to get into the prison, and I will put that back on the calendar as quickly as possible.
So let me know when.
Yeah, they will give you notice, and I'm hoping that we can get it onto the calendar in just 2 or 3 weeks.
That's fine.
All right?
Fine.
Good luck to you. Thank you.
Thanks, sir.
All right, we're on the record. This is the time and place set for an original hearing on Mervyn Hardy Jr., 253546. Is that you?
Yes, I am.
And my name is Bradley Rich, a member of the Board of Pardons. I'll be conducting a hearing here, making a recommendation, and then you'll receive notice in writing once a decision has been reached by a majority of the board. If you have family or friends who have access to the internet, they may be able to find that out earlier. And since I'm going to be taking testimony from you here today, let me ask you to raise your right hand and be sworn. Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth on the course of this
Yes, I
hearing?
do.
Have you received 7 days' notice of this hearing?
Yes, I did.
And have you received a blue packet containing the information
Yes,
we're
I
going
did.
over? And do you have any corrections, additions, or concerns?
No, I don't.
In addition to those materials, I have received 2 late disclosures, one of which is a discharge summary that I received several days ago. Have you received that?
For my therapy?
Uh-huh.
Yes, I did.
And a letter from your victim that I just received this morning. Have you received that?
Yes, I did.
Do you need any additional time to consider those 2 items?
No, I don't.
And are you prepared to proceed here today?
Yes, I am.
All right, Mr. Hardy, let me tell you where I think we stand, then I want to hear from you. You are incarcerated on 2 forcible sexual abuse and a violation of protective order. One is a second-degree felony, the other Class A misdemeanor. That second offense has expired already. You have a maximum expiration date of July 28th, 2036. You received 196 days credit for time served. You have a guideline of 49 months, which would put you out in August 28th of this year. You have completed a variety of programming, and you've received the discharge summary doesn't recommend any further group therapy while incarcerated. You have also completed numerous other programs, and I congratulate you on all the work you've done while you were in here. I also see, and I want to deal with conditions. I'm interested in hearing you on how you view the offenses that brought you here, and I'm also interested in discussing the conditions of your release. I see that you intend to paroled to Tuba City, Arizona. Is that true?
It's outskirts of Tuba City.
Pardon?
It's outskirts of Tuba City,
Uh-huh.
about 40 miles out of Tuba City.
Yeah. And do you understand that you can't parole out of state?
I do not understand that.
Yeah.
I asked for it and they didn't. And they didn't.
Well, and I think you may well get that since you've got family in Arizona. But you have to get, it's called the Governor's Compact, and it requires both the governor of Utah and the governor of Arizona to approve your parole transfer there. That takes some time. And so one of the things I'm concerned about is whether you have some resources here locally that would allow you to engage successfully in parole while you're here, pending possible transfer to Arizona.
No, I don't know this place. I mean, I don't know Utah, so that's maybe just a place to.
Well, we can, so I take it you'd need a halfway house or correctional.
That would sound appropriate. I won't have any problem going to a halfway house.
Yeah. And you haven't made any arrangements for continuing therapy locally, anticipating that you'd be able to move on.
No.
Let me ask you about the offenses that brought you here. And you've read the victim's letter, and you've heard from her in court previously. Do you understand how seriously you have hurt her?
Yes, I do.
And do you understand the damage that you have done to her, which apparently is ongoing?
Yes, I do.
And are you prepared to stay away from her absolutely under any circumstance?
Yes, I do.
And I mean, I read about a previous court hearing wherein you did a series of things that made the victim very upset. Do you understand why she was upset?
Why she was upset?
Upset, yeah. I mean, as I understand the course of that hearing, and it was done online,
Oh,
you persisted in declaring your love for her, and she found that upsetting. Do you understand why that was upsetting to her?
well, my intention was, I was truthful about it. I said, I'm sorry and that I loved her, and that was just the truth out of me. And if it upsetted her, I have no control over that.
Well, you do have control over it in that you don't have to say anything like that again. Now that you know that upsets her, you're prepared to do that?
Yes, I do.
You're prepared to absolutely stay away from her?
Yes, I am. I will.
All right. Anything else that you'd like us to consider here? I mean, you've stayed out of trouble while you've been in prison. You're very close to your guidelines. You've completed the sex offender treatment program. Sadly, you don't have any release plans other than to go to Arizona, which you can't do until you get the appropriate documentation. Anything else that you think that the board ought to consider?
Yeah, obviously, right now I don't have a place to go back to Arizona, but I got like 9 other siblings that I can go to and stay there until I get my own place, which I know is in the works right now, getting my own place.
And are they all in Arizona?
About 6 of them. I got 9 siblings and so many nephews and nieces.
Yeah. And just so I'm clear on it, you have no family in the state of Utah.
I have a sister down in Cedar City.
And you couldn't go to stay with her?
Well, I'm not sure about that. Well, my intention was, go back to Arizona. That was my plan. So
Yeah.
I don't have a plan to live here in Utah.
Yeah.
So,
Well, and you now know at least a little bit about the rules. That is to say, you need to apply for a transfer of your parole from the state of Utah to the state of Arizona. And so, and I don't want to micromanage that for you, but you ought to begin to consider where you're going to go if you're released while you await approval by the 2 governors, and what kind of interim therapy would be appropriate while you do that.
yeah, well, you know what, I know I need therapy when I get out. I was planning on going to more counseling, even though it's not recommended by the therapy here,
Well, what they don't recommend is continued group therapy.
Yeah.
I
So-
think that they anticipate that individual therapy would be appropriate for you.
Yeah, and voluntarily, I would do stuff like that, go to counseling, stuff like that.
Yeah.
And which would be willing to do that stuff.
Why do you think you engaged in the behavior that brought you here? I mean, it seems to me like there was a pattern of mistreatment of the victim in this case. Am I wrong? Do you not agree with that?
Well, maybe, yeah, there's a plan that was, I would say we just did not, I was with her for 12 years and stuff like, we just didn't have the trust and most of the time we weren't there all financially and stuff like that, and it just turn over to any little stuff we got into and arguments and stuff like that, and,
Do you recognize that you were abusive toward her on occasion?
yes, I was. And I admit to that,
Yeah, and why do you think that was?
I think it's just the anger I had, you know, which I thought I had, you know, just the disrespecting and her, and especially just, I mean, just female wise, you know, it's which I thought I had, but I guess I did not, you know.
Yeah. How do you think you'll deal with those issues in the future?
How would I deal with those issues?
Yeah, I mean, if you feel angry, if you're under pressure, what are you going to do instead of being physically and emotionally abusive to whatever woman may or may not be in your life?
Well, like you said, you know, I took a lot of classes, coping classes, how to manage stress, stuff like that, you know, and how to manage my anger, you know, just like avoiding high risk situations, stuff like that, you know, where I put my risky thinking with replacement thoughts, and I always know that, you know, that's be respectful, you know, I have 7 sisters and I have a couple of daughters, you know, and which I do respect, you know, and in general, and females I do, you know.
Has the victim checked in here yet? All right. Welcome you, and I'm not going to give your name because this is, unless you approve it, because we're in a position where this is being broadcast over the internet. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
And since I'm going to be taking testimony from you, let me ask you to be sworn. Would you raise your right hand? All right. Keep your video. There you go. Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth during the course of this hearing?
I do.
Have you heard what we've talked about so far?
I've heard some of it. I couldn't log in on the first part of it, but yes, I have.
All right. And I want you to know that I have read the history of this case very thoroughly, and I have reviewed the letter that you have written to the board. And I'm anxious to hear from you anything that you want to add. Go ahead.
Basically, I wrote everything how I feel in the letter that I had sent. I don't know what else. It's hard. I'm shaking right now. I'm scared. This has taken a lot on me. I've had to go to therapy for this, for stress, for depression, for trauma. And since this has happened, I had to relocate, which was the hardest thing for me to do because I had to leave my daughter and my granddaughter. It's hard. I do make visits back to see them. Yes, I do. But it's hard because I don't know him by Mr. Hardy. I know him by hobby. And our family is really connected. We are closely connected. His sister's married to my brother. So I do have my brother that I haven't talked to since this has happened. He has not talked to me ever since this has happened, and that's hard on me because we were close. The only thing I am thankful for is my nephews who have stood by me and who have been there for me. I worry that I don't worry, but I fear of his drinking because he does have a lot of problems with drinking. That's how everything led up to. He has a problem with alcohol, and he may say he had gotten those classes in prison, but I know there's one thing that he probably never took the alcohol classes. That's what he needs. Every abuse that has taken part with me, it was due to alcohol.
Mm-hmm.
The one that led up to this one was he was on the streets for a whole month of July drinking. And when he finally decided to come home, that's when everything took off. So yes, I am scared. And I'm just asking if he does get parole. Like in my letter, I said, I hope he does get on a GPS because he can wander. Being home in Arizona is not going to help much because he does have a big family, but he does take off from them also. They're not going to be there to supervise him every minute, every place he goes.
Mm-hmm.
And I do know that because I've been there with him before. I've seen how he has acted. I know how he acts. And I know how he walks away from treatment programs. So all I am asking is that he is put on a GPS monitor so I know that he cannot come near me or anywhere close near me. Like I said, I am scared.
Mm-hmm. Anything further?
His sister that lives in Cedar is right down from my mother's house. I do have a continuous protective order from the courthouse in Cedar City. That's where we were located at, I and him.
Mm-hmm.
So
in your view, him going to his sister's house would be a violation of the protective order.
yes,
And that protective order is still in place? And
yes, it is.
And does it have an expiration date, or do you know?
I can get it out of my purse. Hold on, let me.
No, don't worry about that. I was just wondering if you could come up with a date.
The officer that had given me my copy of it did say that it was a continuous. He didn't say how long
Mm-hmm.
or.
Well, you should know that if he's paroled, a condition of his parole will be that he have no contact with you. So, in addition to the court order, it would be a condition of his parole.
It just says, a continuous protective order. That's all.
Okay. Well, that should protect you.
But will it really protect me?
You should know that any condition of his parole will put him on a real short leash, and if he comes anywhere near you, he will be back in prison. So, I know that this is traumatic for you, but I think you will be protected. Anything further?
No, sir.
All right. You heard her, and I will tell you, she clearly is struggling. How does that make you feel?
Of course, it doesn't make me, it makes me disgusted, for what I did, like she says, we she's more like a common law wife to me, and everybody, we all know each other. My kids got to know the family and her family, vice versa, and of course, if somebody did that to to my sister or to my daughters, I would feel the same way as her. And I can feel her, and, it's, everything seems that what I say, and I mean it, but, when say that, I'm sorry for what I've done, and, it's been, seemed like eating me up to myself and, you get to know person, what they like, what they do, and, people, and actually trusted their life with me. And here I am, and made this choice to abuse her. And it's, like I said, I feel it,
Did alcohol play a role in that?
alcohol did actually play a role.
And do you think you can avoid alcohol in the future?
I do know that I don't shy away from alcohol if I have a problem with it, but, and that's why I've been taking and classes here, ARP, Addiction Recovery Program with the LDS program here for the last 3 years, and I get certificates for it, and I'm still taking it, and that's where I'm at with it. That was my plan. Even when I get out of here, I will go to start doing alcohol counseling. I know where I stand with it, and I know what it brings for me, and that's where I'm at with it, And my family knows that I have a problem with it. And yeah, I admit I do have a problem with it.
All right, you've answered all my questions. Anything else you think the board should consider?
Well, what I do have, I just know that, what I'm aware of what I did and what I've caused, not just to my victim, to her family and to my family. And, and I feel very regretful about it. And it's probably easy to say that I wish it didn't happen, but it happened. But, and I just like to just take the time and say that, I'm responsible for all that I cause, and I believe that I learned from it. And I just like to thank you guys, and I just come here with, respect, with humbleness, and hope, and that's it.
All right, if there's nothing further, we'll conclude the hearing. You'll be hearing from us. Thank you.
Thank you,
And to the
sir.
victims, thank you as well. Record in just a minute. All right, we are on the record. This is time and place set for an original hearing on Caden Williams, 259803. Is that you?
Yes.
My name is Bradley Rich. I'm a member of the Board of Pardons. We'll be doing a hearing here today, and I will be making a recommendation, and you'll receive notice in writing once the majority of the board has arrived at a decision. And since I'm going to be taking testimony from you here today, let me ask you to raise your right hand and be sworn. Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth during the course of this hearing?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. And have you received 7 days notice of this hearing in a blue packet containing the information we'll be going over?
Yes, sir.
Are there any additions, corrections, or concerns with that material?
No, sir.
All right, let me tell you where I think we stand, and then I want to hear from you, both in answer to any questions that I'm about to raise and anything else you think the board ought to consider. You were incarcerated on 2 third-degree felonies, driving under the influence, and an aggravated assault. You have a maximum expiration date of July 2nd, of September 11th, 2025, and an expiration date of July 2nd, 2029. You have the original DUI, and then you have a prison assault, and you've had several institutional problems, including the assault that you got a conviction for. Pardon me. What was the story with that assault?
Another individual struck me. I fought back. I shouldn't have. I made a mistake.
What was the basis of that altercation between the two of you?
I don't really know. He kind of just ran up on me and hit me.
Mm-hmm.
But I take responsibility for it.
Yeah. What are you going to do when you get out?
I'm gonna go back to the same job that I've had for 7 years over at Cache Valley Electric. They're holding it for me. And I'm just gonna work and do as good as I can on parole and get off as soon as possible.
You had as I said previously, you had 4 disciplinaries, all of which occurred in 2024 and occurred in a very short period of time. The first one of those is July 29th, and the last one is August 30th. So it's really a month, a very bad month for you. What was the story with that?
I just had a drinking problem. And made a bad decision.
Yeah.
I made a couple bad decisions. I wish I could do it over again.
Yeah.
I wish I could.
Well, you haven't had any problems since. You're in the solid program. How do you like that?
I like it. It's teaching me a lot.
What are you learning?
Thinking errors and coping mechanisms. Just how to make better decisions overall. And
Let's talk for a minute about the original DUI. Do you think you got a problem with alcohol?
yes.
Do you have a problem with other controlled substances?
No.
Do you think you need treatment for that?
For alcohol?
Mm-hmm.
I think I need some DUI classes. And
Have you made any specific arrangements for that?
I'm trying to go over to the intensive outpatient over at can't remember the place.
It wasn't Odyssey, it was it was one of those recommended treatment
So you,
facilities.
and it would be an outpatient program?
It would be an intensive outpatient program.
And where do you intend to live?
In Magna,
Mm-hmm. Who are you gonna live with?
my parents.
Okay. Well, you know, you've had some problems, and you're really in a position where, you know, you're in on 2 offenses, but you've got, you know, a dozen or more misdemeanor charges in your background. Why do you think you haven't been able to get clear of problems with the law?
I just think I wasn't ready to change at the time.
Mm-hmm.
And
Well, you got misdemeanors going back to 2013. So, you know, you're a young man. I mean, you've had problems with the law for 12 years, and you're only 26 now. So you spent half your life dealing with usually minor problems with the law. What's going to change if you're paroled?
Do better. I'm not gonna get in trouble. I'm gonna stay out of trouble. I'm gonna just work and uh, better myself.
Well, you answered all my questions. Anything else you think that the board ought to consider?
I'm in MRT. I'm halfway through Inside Out Dad. And I did do AA, the 12 steps over in county jail before I came here.
No.
And trying to get into anger management classes.
Good. All right. Anything further for the board?
That program that I was talking about, intensive outpatient one, that's that first step.
First step. Okay. Great. Sounds like a good plan. All right. You're very close to your guidelines. But I'm assuming you're going to be able to stay out of trouble for a while. You think you can do that?
Yes, sir.
I mean, you ought to know if we generate a parole date, that parole date would be revoked if you run into problems and get an additional disciplinary conviction.
I understand, sir.
Right. All right. If there's nothing further, we'll conclude the hearing. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Well, good. I mean, it's not
This is the time and place set for an original hearing for Nia LUTUI, inmate 218912. Is that you, sir? I'm Kathleen. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole. I'll be conducting your hearing today. Because I'll be taking testimony from you, I'm going to have you raise your right hand for me so I can place you under oath. Do you swear and affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. Sir, did you receive 7 days notice of this hearing along with your blue packet?
Yeah.
Did you have a chance to review that?
Yeah.
Did you have any questions on it?
No.
Okay. I do want to make note that we do have a victim who is appearing by video. Later on in the hearing, we'll allow her to make her statement. It is the victim in your original offense, just so you are aware. But first, what I want to do is go over your current committing offenses. Then we'll see what you've been up to since you've been here and kind of go through that process, okay?
Yeah.
So in case 191909637, you were convicted of a 3rd-degree felony assault by prisoner, which occurred around September 4th, 2019, where while officers were conducting a cell check, they found an inmate lying on their floor, severely injured. After reviewing video, there were several individuals who had gone into the inmate's cell, including you, and continually stomped and assaulted the individual. Is this accurate, sir?
Yeah.
Tell me what was going on at that time.
This one of the inmates had words with some of our rec people on our rec, and got out of hand and just went up in there.
And here it states that it was possibly a gang ordered hit. Is that accurate? Was it a violation? Tell me what was.
No, it wasn't no gang order hit. It was just personal.
Why were there so many of you on one person?
Just how it just played out like that. It wasn't. It just played out like that.
In case 221901607, you were convicted of a 3rd-degree felony assault by prisoner. This occurred around August 10th, 2021, where officers were notified of a fight where weapons had been involved. Again, there was video footage where it shows your involvement, observing standing next to the individual for a minute before striking the individual in the face with your left hand. Then he was observed losing consciousness, which you eventually continued to assault the individual several more times. Is that accurate, sir?
Yeah.
What was going on in that incident?
Well, it was he had priors of stabbing one of my friends back a couple years back, and me and him had words to where that the same threat was placed upon me, where I had to do what I had to do. So it was like basically just me or him.
So was this gang involved?
Yeah.
Of a rival gang then?
Yeah.
Tell me what your current status is as far as your gang
Active.
involvement.
Active.
How long have you been active?
This whole time, 11 years.
Okay,
Yeah.
what got you into it?
It's raised in the neighborhood in Salt Lake, and really had to fend for myself. Really no support from family now, you know.
So is your family gang involved?
Yeah, pretty
Okay,
much.
so is this like a generational thing?
Yeah.
Okay. And it appears that it also has the influence then in the community as well. So tell me, is it about the same type of influence as it is in here, as it is outside of the prison?
Not as much, but yeah, pretty much the same.
Tell me a little bit about your substance use history.
Been drinking since I was like 15, 16. Went on to do weed and cigarettes. And that was about it.
Okay, no,
Alcohol.
what about harder substances like meth, cocaine?
No, none of that.
What got you into drinking?
Just hanging around with a group of friends, bad influence, you know.
Bad influences as in the gang?
Yeah, older
Okay. Do you have any mental health diagnoses, sir?
No.
How's your physical health? Is there anything you feel like would prevent you from being able to complete a parole if the board chose to parole you?
No, like as in like sickness?
Sickness, anything?
No, I'm not. I'm good.
Okay. Tell me what you've completed since you've been incarcerated, sir. I see that you are an MRT.
I just completed that last week or
Okay.
2 weeks ago. Got the certificate. They said it was gonna show on there that I completed it. But yeah,
These have not, I printed this out probably a few days ago, so it may just not be on this one right now.
Yeah.
So I see that you have completed a few other things. Tell me, what have you learned since you've been here, if anything?
that doing crime is just be more responsible, step away from crime and just just to do better for myself.
How are you planning on stepping away from crime and doing better for yourself?
I got a wife out there right now that has her own house and has her own car, and I got a lot of family like friend support that they can get me into one of them jobs that they got out there and just say bye to old friends and maybe just stay away from them old friends.
Okay.
And
Is that what you're planning on doing, is stepping away from the gang?
yeah.
You do have some supports here. They just barely walked in, so they'll give you a chance to talk a little bit after the hearing, okay? We just ask that you guys remain quiet during this process as we go through this, okay? Since your last hearing, you've had many disciplinaries since you've been here. What keeps getting you into trouble?
Just being dumb, being stupid,
Okay,
and
explain that a little more to me, because that's very generalized.
just not listening. You know what I mean? Just doing what I want to do at the time. Just
Okay. Now, your last one was in April of last year, and then I don't see where you've had any since then. So what's changed?
just looking forward to getting out and changing my life,
Okay,
and gotta help myself be a better person, pretty much.
what's that gonna look like if the board decides not to parole you at this time?
Just keep doing better.
Is that gonna set you back?
Yeah, it's gonna set me back, but
But I mean, like, as far as acting out, like you, before you were doing.
oh no. Still do better for myself.
Okay. Are you in a section where you can do programming?
Yeah.
Okay. What have you been using in here since you've got some substance abuse disciplinaries? What are you using?
It was there was some stuff in the there was stuff in the water that that creatine write up or whatever whatever it was called was found in my system, but that's like from the water they were hitting with it wasn't no drug or nothing. It was just something from what we drank.
And that was back in September of 2022, right?
Yeah.
What about your last one, the April 7th, 2024?
2024 one. That was a substance abuse.
For Suboxone that was found?
Oh yeah, they found it. I pled guilty because it was on a picture, and that was back from when I didn't even know it was there. You know.
Okay. Then in 2023, you had a riot one inciting a riot. Tell me a little bit about that.
Well, yeah, sometimes the police, they do petty stuff, to where they're blatantly disrespectful in some occasions, and they don't know how to act with certain stuff of like that's ours, you know. Like I was going to like it was basically for we bring out the radio to work out, and they told us to rack in. I was going for the radio to take it back to my cell, and he just like he basically took it off of himself and turned it off the radio and told us to rack in, all disrespectful. And I told him, I was like, man, why can't you be more respectful, you know? And it's just stuff like that where the police, they don't know how to like be respectful of other things, and they get petty, you know?
Okay. Overall, what do you feel like, if anything has changed for you moving forward, that's going to help you not come back here and not act out in ways that you have to get new charges and the charges that you're here on?
Just mind my business, move forward, don't look back.
If you are paroled, sir, what is that going to look like for you? Or do you have a place to go? Do you have an address? What's that?
I got an address. I got a wife. I got an address. I got a house.
Is it with your wife?
Yeah, it's with her.
Is she involved in the system at all?
No.
Okay. As far as programming, what are your plans?
Get a job and do parole if I'm let out.
Have you ever had an issue getting work?
No.
And then programming as far as substance abuse, anger management, anything like that?
Yeah, I done that the first years I got here back in 2014, 15, and then I did a lot of programming then, and then I did some back in Max in 16, 17, and then I just got done with MRT like 2 weeks ago, and yeah.
What about in the community? Because the board's going to want you to continue programming in the community.
Oh yeah, I'm going back to church, so
Okay.
my dad's a bishop, so I gotta go
And that-
with him.
And while that's good, that doesn't count as programming.
Oh,
It does count as a positive activity. But as far as programming, like for substance abuse issues, for anger management issues, any type of mental health stuff, anything like that, what do you feel like is going to benefit you in the community to help you stay on the path out of crime? Does that make sense?
Yeah, like the rec centers and the Boys and Girls Club stuff. Is that what you're talking about?
Could be, but for adults.
All right.
So like usually the board will require you to have substance abuse conditions where you'll have to go do an assessment and recommended treatment.
Yeah, just
They might recommend you doing counseling,
just
therapy,
whatever they
something
want me
like
to
that.
do, you know?
Okay. I'm gonna have have the victim give testimony. Ma'am, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Can you please state your name for the record and then I'll put you under oath?
Danielle Howell.
You swear to affirm the information you're about to provide is truthful and accurate?
Yes.
Thank you, ma'am. Go ahead and tell me what you'd like me to know.
Okay. I am going to have my statement. Give me just a moment.
I know you stated you're gonna have it go through AI and read for you.
Correct. Just a moment.
Everything happened. I will. First, I would like to say thank you for allowing me to take this opportunity to give a statement on the current situation. December 26, 2013 at 3:30 a.m. was a very quiet and what seemed like a normal night. However, I was put in a situation most people only see in movies. A lot of things went through my mind, but not for a second did I think that I would be the victim of such a cowardly act that would most likely haunt me forever. In the 5 minutes it took you to rob me personally in the store, felt like the clock stood still. I know what to do in a dangerous situation, and no matter how much training I had, nothing could prepare me for the emotional and psychological aftermath that awaited in the years ahead. However, though, you robbing me is not what needs to be brought back into the light. I want to remind everyone that at that time this took place I was only 22 years old, weighing 175 pounds, and standing at 5 feet tall. You, though, on the other hand, weighed over 200 pounds, standing at 6 feet, knew you had me beat already. You didn't think twice about the sucker punch that hit my cheek and had me flying across the floor. You picked me up like a rag doll, and put into a chokehold for what felt like an eternity. Only being an inch away from my face, not a hint of alcohol was on your person. You were screaming that you were doing this for the gang, TCG. You dragged me behind the counter, emptied my purse, took my phone, and humiliated me. Still in a headlock, you dragged me to the bathroom and repeatedly punched me in the face. For whatever reason, I was not giving up, and it made you upset. Finally, you stepped away from me, and the one chance to slam the door and barricade myself in the bathroom is what saved my life. You tried to get back in but left out of frustration. You were sober while you committed this atrocious act. What you took from me cost more than the cartons of cigarettes you took from the store. The two accomplices you had only robbed the store without saying a word or even interacting with me. What they did wasn't personal, they weren't there to harm me. But you on the other hand made it personal when you made it physical. It's been 11 years, 134 months, 582 weeks, 4,072 days, 97,728 hours, 5,863,680 minutes, and 351,820,800 seconds since I have regretted going to work that night. It's a night that I should have called out, or maybe just not bring my purse to work. Maybe my cell phone with pictures of my late sister-in-law would still be here with me and not with you. You took those from me no matter how much I begged you not to, it didn't matter. No matter how many times I tell myself that 5 minutes of pressing the panic button and calling 911 was all I could have done in this situation. You made people think it was my fault because I was a female. At that time I had never felt so low in my life. I will not go into much detail about my current life because the world is small, and as much as I like to think we would never cross paths, the universe may have other plans. I can only say that my family has stood behind me and continue to walk this endless journey of PTSD and never-ending uneasiness. I am a stronger woman not only in my personal life but professional also. I have made a difference in everything around me. Every day I will continue to grow around this traumatic event as it will never go away. All I'm asking from the board here today is that you look at the details of what brought him here and where he is now. I am very confident that no matter how much anyone associated to him will downplay the severity of what happened, I will never forget. If anything I say makes an impact, let it be this: there is no amount of time that will heal what I went and go through or bring back the person I could have been. Your only words on what you did were, "I apologize for my actions." Nothing more. Everything happens for a reason. You put yourself there by your life choices. I can only imagine how many people I've spared from your violent behavior by speaking up. Take responsibility for your actions and accept that this is what you chose. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, ma'am. Sir, what would you like me to know?
That was a stupid act. That I was young and dumb at the time, and that I changed my way, and that I'd like to apologize. And yeah, and say sorry for that, for what I did that night, and yeah, I was drunk that night, and I was drunk that night, and I wasn't thinking at all. So I would just like to take full responsibility of what I did that night and say sorry.
With your charges that you've had, including your current committing offenses and the disciplinaries you've received since you've been here convince me that you're a safe individual to parole into the community?
I got a wife. I hurt her the most. You know, can't undo what I done. And sometimes I act out, but I'm really trying to change my life to where, and my thoughts to where just putting everything behind, and I'm just trying to be a better person to where I can just provide for her and just look out for her, put all my time and effort into her, and make up all them times that I missed, and that I will do parole and I will change just to stay up out of here, because this place is it's no good for not for anybody, you know. But I know what I did, you know, and I would just like to get back to her to make up all them times and to just ease her at night, you know, ease her pain at night where I can do better for her, and I will do parole. I won't run, no nothing, you know, and I will go back to church and change my life. It was just a spur in the moment thing. That's not the person I really am, you know. But I would like to show you guys, you know, more than whatever I'm saying, you know. I would like to put it in action and show you guys that I will do it and I could do it, you know. But
How long have you been with your wife?
12, 13.
How long have you had issues with your anger and assaultive behaviors?
Since I was young, since I can't even call it. It was ever since I was young. Like started young, like 10, 9.
Where do you think it comes from?
My pops he's an angry dude. And I think I get it from being.
Was he involved in the gang?
No. Just he came from the islands.
Okay.
Yeah, but no, he wasn't a part of the gang or nothing.
Sir, is there anything else you'd like me to know at this point, or feel like there's anything that the board needs to know?
That I did everything on that paper, you know, on my blue pack, I did everything right there, you know, and I take full responsibility of what I've done, you know, action wise, and these police don't make it no easier for people in here in prison, you know. In this prison, you know, there's a lot of things that run through here, especially being down as long as I've been down, you know. You're gonna run into things, you're gonna run into problems, and it's either most of the time you have to fight it, you know what I mean? Because there ain't nowhere to run, you know what I mean? I just got stabbed 2 years ago and got put in the hospital for it, you know. And most of the times you have to fight it, you know. And yeah, I act out a lot, you know, but I'll take full responsibility for my actions and everything that I've done, you know. And but I am trying to do better, you know. And I am trying to get back to my wife. And I do got a lot of family support out there. It's out there, you know. And they wrote letters and everything, you know. And it's out there, you know. Maybe the community, LYNN and Rose Park is small, but we're all loving it, caring for each other, and we all look after each other. And I'm pretty sure they'll help me through my time of need, you know what I mean? It's been 11, 12 years since they haven't seen me, and they would like me to do good, you know. And the community it's real. It's real for their love, and their love is real. So they would, you know, if I do parole, they would help me. They would help me to the fullest, you know. And I feel like if you can give me a chance, you know, I could show you guys, you know what I mean, that I am trying to do better than that. It was just that one mistake where put me in here, you know, man, all it takes is one, but I'm done with all that, you know. If I can just show you guys, it'll be better, you know. And but I do take full responsibility, and I'm sorry, you know.
Okay. Well, sir, what I plan on doing is taking the information we discussed today, compiling that into a report, submitting that to the board. You have a 142-month guideline, which puts you at October 27th, 2025. That guideline is what it is. It's just a guideline. The board can still go below that, on that, or past that if they want to see you complete something prior to that parole. You do have a 100-year top, which puts you at December 27th, 2113. That is the length of time the board will have jurisdiction over your case, given there are no other further offenses. The board is made up of 5 members. Takes a majority vote for them to make a decision in your case, and it usually takes about 2 to 4 weeks for them to get that decision out to you. Any family or anyone listening via video can actually go on our website and see that decision probably before you do, because you'll get a hard copy, so it takes a little longer to get to you, so they would be able to tell you that information. Do you have any other questions for me, sir? No. All right, with that, we'll go ahead and conclude this hearing. Thank you, good luck to you, and have a good day.
Can you see that for me? You just spin around in your chair.
This is the time and place set for an original hearing for Matthew NEVAREZ, inmate 229821. Is that you, sir?
Yes, sir. Or yes, ma'am. Sorry.
Did I say your last name correctly?
NEVAREZ?
Oh, so no, not really. I'm Kathleen. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole. I'll be conducting your hearing today because I'll be taking testimony from you. I'm going to have you raise your right hand for me so I can place you under oath. Do you swear and affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. Sir, did you receive 7 days' notice of this hearing along with your blue packet?
Yes.
Did you have a chance to review that?
Yes.
Do you have any questions on it?
No.
Okay. I do want to acknowledge the fact that we did receive a couple of earned time credits for completing residential substance abuse programming as well as your GED high school diploma. So we do have that, just so you are aware. What I plan on doing is going over your current committing offenses, and then we'll see what you've been up to since you've been here, okay?
Okay.
In case 171900651, you were convicted of a first-degree felony aggravated burglary. This occurred around March 25th, 2017, where officers responded to a disturbance where the complainant stated someone had kicked in an apartment door and they were yelling and screaming coming from males and at least one female. It was determined that the female who was found in the apartment was the victim of an apparent break-in and robbery. The apartment appeared to be completely ransacked, drawers open, contents dumped to the floor, and beds upturned and torn apart. The victim stated that she didn't know the individuals who had come into her home after she had heard pounding on the front door. She was walking toward the front door when it was kicked open and at least 3 males forced their way into the apartment. She stated the males were yelling at her to tell them where some individuals were, which she had no idea who those people were and thought she was going to die at the time. She told the suspects that she didn't know who they were and she was hit on the head. Officers observed blood coming from her ear as well as a boot print located on her shoulder where she had either been stepped on or kicked. She stated that when forced to a back room by one suspect while the others tore through the apartment, the suspect covered her face with a sheet and all the suspects were screaming at her to give up drugs and to stop making this harder. The suspect then stated that they would contact DCFS to take her child away. She felt the suspects were getting ready to take her from the apartment when officers showed up. Is that accurate, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Anything else you wanted to add to that?
Well, that night I was out drinking and I got pretty intoxicated, and I'm not trying to use that as an excuse to justify my actions. I was just hurt and mad over the death of my cousin's girlfriend that passed away. And I went to confront and I let my emotions get the best of me that night. And
Did you know this individual?
the victim?
Yeah.
No.
Why was she picked?
The guy that we went to go confront was evicted 2 weeks prior.
Okay. In case 181101384, you were convicted of an assault by prisoner class A misdemeanor. This occurred November 18th, 2018, where officers responded to a report of assault that had occurred between 3 inmates. A review of video showed an individual standing on the bottom of the floor jail section to the right of the stairs, where a fight broke out between 2 other individuals who jumped in and began hitting an individual. Both of the assaulting individuals attempted to throw the head of the victim into the wall as another individual continued to hit the victim, eventually breaking free. The other assailant continued to hit the victim. Is that accurate, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
What was going on in this incident?
At that time, I was an active gang member, and the gang I was from told me that we wasn't supposed to coexist with rivals.
So were you guys just out at the same time?
Yes.
Okay. Sir, if there's restitution owing in your case, are you willing to pay that?
Yes, ma'am.
If your victim was here, what would you say to them, sir?
I would just like to apologize to her, and I know that I caused a lot of pain and suffering to her, and I just hope that one day she could forgive me.
Tell me about your substance use history.
Marijuana and alcohol is my main drug, and
What other substances have you used?
that's it.
Okay. How old were you when you committed that aggravated robbery?
27.
got you into drinking to the point of being that intoxicated and having a problem with it?
Excuse me?
I said, what got you into drinking to the point that you were that involved in it and got that intoxicated with it? Did you have an issue with alcohol before?
Yes. Yes.
What got you into it?
Just going through some hard times and trying to deal with it through drinking to numb the pain.
Okay. How have you dealt with that since being in here?
I attend AA meetings every Thursday, and that's helped a lot.
You mentioned grief before. How have you dealt with grief?
I learned to know that they're in a better place now, and I just it still hurts to think about it, but I feel that it wasn't my responsibility to put that situation in my own hands.
Okay. What was the situation in general? How did was it, you said your sister-in-law?
No, it was my cousin's girlfriend. His mother.
How did she die?
She overdosed on heroin.
Okay. And so you were blaming the drug dealers then?
Yes.
How long have you been inactive?
About, I want to say 6 years.
Okay. What got you out of the gang?
Mainly just me wanting to do better. I realized I didn't like where my life was leading, and I needed to change.
Okay.
And I want to be there for my son eventually. I just want to do better.
Do you have contact with your son?
Yes.
How old is he?
He's 15.
Okay. Do you have any mental health diagnoses, sir?
No.
Do you have any physical issues that would prevent you from being able to have a successful parole, sir?
No.
Okay. Tell me what you've done while you've been incarcerated that's going to benefit you and helping you to change, or that has helped you to change, if anything.
Well, at first, when I started my sentence, I was getting in trouble. And like I said, I realized I needed to change. Since then, I dropped out the gang I was in since I was a teenager. I done every program that was available to me. I've been CAP compliant. I've educated myself, and I achieved my high school diploma. And I've just been staying out of trouble. I maintained a job as the pot cleaner.
What have you learned in your programming that's going to help you, or that has helped you to change?
I've learned that from a few programs, like I could take time, step back, take time, and think about my actions before just acting on impulse.
Okay. Anything else?
And like life skills, they taught me to communicate better.
Okay.
And Inside Out Dad, it taught me how to like be better father to my son.
Okay. What year did you drop out? Was it 2019 or 2018?
2019.
Okay. So did you drop out after your weapons disciplinary?
No, I dropped out yeah, after.
Okay. And then what about I show that you have, and I know this was a while ago, but the board's going to want to know about these, even though they were a while ago. So in 2018, you had the refuse, order, resist, arrest movement. Tell me about that. That was your very first disciplinary.
That happened in the mini yard. And
Okay, what was going on?
There was a fight that happened in, I want to say, Ogre 2.
Okay.
And the individuals that were involved in it were from the gang that I was from.
So was it gang involved fight then?
Yes.
Okay. And then in July of that same year, you had an intoxicant controlled substance. This one, there was brew found?
Yes.
Tell me about that one.
That was around like my birthday time, and I just wanted to celebrate it. I was just being stupid.
Okay. And then later on that year in October, you had a disorderly conduct, reckless endangerment, fighting, threat, horseplay, and an assault, unauthorized possession, use of property. Tell me about that one.
That happened when I was an active gang member, and that's the fight that we was just discussing.
That's whether you're committing offense, the assault by prisoner?
Yes.
Okay. And then you had in January of 2019, the weapons. Tell me about that.
Around that time, I was an active gang member, and I was just doing what was asked from me from that gang
And what were they asking you to do?
to hold on to the weapon.
Okay. In August of 2022, you had a refuse resist arrest movement. Tell me about that.
That day, my cellie, he was getting a little crazy with the correctional officer, and he got pepper sprayed.
Okay.
And I wanted to help him by pouring milk over his face to help the burning. And I know I should have racked in. It wasn't my responsibility to take care of that. I should have racked in so he could have got medical attention.
Okay. For you, what do you feel like overall has changed, sir, that's going to help you moving forward so you don't end up back in this situation again?
I feel that I've changed a lot. Like, I've changed for the better, and I want to continue to do better. And I see myself being successful when I am given the chance to parole.
Okay. If the board chooses to parole you, what are your plans?
My plans, I have a good home to go to parole to. That's in a good environment, and that's going to just keep me out of trouble.
Who's the relationship?
My mother and father.
Okay.
And
Go ahead.
I would like to maintain a good job, save up, and get a spot for me and my son. And then eventually when I'm on my feet, I would like to go to school so I could learn a business trade and start my own business one day.
Where's your son at now?
He's with his mother.
Okay. What business do you want to do?
I would like to get my hands into a couple like fashion design, and I would like to start a restaurant.
Okay. And then as far as programming?
I would like to attend AA meetings when I get out.
More than likely, you'll have substance abuse conditions, which means that you would have to do an assessment and follow through with whatever those recommendations were. Would you be willing to do that?
Yes, ma'am.
Is there anything else at this point, sir, that you would like the board to know or feel like the board needs to know?
Yes, ma'am. I would like to take full accountability for my actions, and I ask you to please consider and give me a second chance at life and being a father to my son. Right now, he's making mistakes of his own, and if I could be there, I could help him make the right choices and break the cycle of him not following in my footsteps.
Okay.
Like I said, I have a good home to go to, parole to, good environment, and my father said he could give me a job at his work at a moving company.
At a what company?
A moving company.
Okay.
And I would like to apologize to Andrea Macias, and I hope one day she'll forgive me.
Okay. So what I plan on doing is taking the information we discussed today, compiling that into a report and submitting that to the board. The board is made up of 5 members. It takes a majority vote for them to make a decision in your case. It usually takes about 2 to 4 weeks for them to get that decision out to you. You do have a 97-month guideline, which puts you at February 28th, 2026. That guideline is what it is. It's just a guideline, meaning that the board can go below that, on that, or past that, depending on if they want to see you complete something prior to a parole. They will take into consideration everything you have completed up until this point. You do have a 100-year top, which puts you at January 30th, 2118. That is the length of time the board will have jurisdiction over your case, given there are no other further offenses. Do you have any other questions for me, sir?
That's pretty much it.
All right, with that, we'll go ahead and conclude this hearing. Thank you. Good luck to you and have a good day.
Thank you for your time. Yeah, well.
Okay, there you go. Thank you.
This is the time and place set for a rehearing for Michael Caddy, inmate 225244. Is that you, sir?
Yes.
I'm Kathleen. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole. I'll be conducting your hearing today. Because I'll be taking testimony from you, I'm going to have you raise your right hand for me so I can place you under oath. Do you swear and affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do. So help me
Thank
God.
you, sir. Sir, did you receive 7 days notice of this hearing along with your blue packet?
Yes.
Did you have a chance to review that?
Yes.
Did you have any questions on it?
I do have concerns in the matter. So I don't want to seem quarrelsome at all, but just to give clarity. So the belief that I had touched a woman's breast while she was sleeping without consent is incorrect. Were the individual here and able to speak, they could verify that I definitely would have gotten consent. I spent 7.5 years on my offense, which I was paroled for in September 22. And having gone through treatment and being in prison for 7.5 years, there has not been any sexual deviancy since before I was locked up. So I do find that concerning when it comes to the assessment. But again, I don't want to seem quarrelsome or anything like that. I take accountability for my parole violations. So that being said, I can verify that. I'm not sure if you have it in your notes, but last hearing I disclosed that I want to get into plumbing as a career. It's practical, it's pragmatic. Now I can verify that I've completed multiple courses offered within the correctional facility on the tablet program. I've completed Introduction to Plumbing, Plumbing Tools and Drawings, Drainage, Waste, and Vent Systems, passing it at 93% actually, and also completing programs that I feel like are going to supplement my toolbox, such as Life After Prison and Parole, which is a very transitionary class, as well as helping pull the weed by the root, which was, employment. My lack of employment led to issues with my treatment, stagnation, not being able to come up with money for these polygraphs and such. And, unfortunately, yes, I was blessed with a lot of knowledge in that 2.5 years and help. I did not meet my end of the bargain by progressing. And that being said, I took a finding employment with a criminal record. I've been very proactive in not only taking accountability, but again, taking responsibility so I can return to the free world and be a father. I would like to request, I'm not sure if they're present, but I would like to request that AP&P possibly be willing to amend their recommendation to do a program if it is set in stone that I will do one in their one of their CCC facilities, being that it is structured, it is supervised. It's my understanding you have to be accountable for every hour you're away from the center, do things like call and check in. And we even have units, supervisory units that will go out and monitor to an extent parolees. I commit to this change. I understand that killing the bad parts of me aren't easy, but I understand that I have to reinvent myself as a person, because the person I was on parole is not going to be sufficient to even be considered in 5, 6, 10, bless you, years for a possible early termination of parole. my son is special needs, he's autistic, and he and I have been in very close communication while I've been locked up, and he needs his father. For my 9-year-old son to sit there and tell me, Dad, if you make another bad decision when you get out, I'm not going to teach you how to play Minecraft, really hits deep, because it goes beyond him just wanting to hang out with Dad and play video games. He understands, and holds this disappointment in me for my failure as a parolee and wants me to do good on that. I also owe multiple state agencies now, ORS as well as AP&P, for supervisory fees and back child support.
Sir,
So-
really quick.
Yes, sorry.
At your last hearing, the board wanted you to complete a sex offender assessment,
Correct.
which was done and uploaded and updated. Did you get a copy of that?
Yes, I did.
So their recommendation is that you complete SOTP core prior to another parole.
Mhm.
What are your thoughts on that?
So again, I would like to address the fact that there was no sexual deviancy prior to this incarceration or after my parole. So I understand that the nature of the parole violation is one of the reasons, coupled with the belief that these things occurred. Now, again, if that person were here today and were allowed to speak, they could tell you that I would have cared enough to pursue a healthy sexual relationship between two consenting adults. So, I can't try to invalidate. I'm not trying to invalidate their recommendation at all. And again, I feel like though it would be easier for me, as I would have less on my plate out on parole, to do the program in here, sure. I need to get my life going. I understand that parole is a privilege and not a right. And you guys don't have to give me parole. But to be honest, it scares the heck out of me coming in on parole violations and not knowing when I'm going to go home. Not knowing even after, we're a week short on 6 months, if I will be allowed back into society despite intense treatment. I guess it would be qualified as inpatient at a community correctional facility.
Well, it's a good chance that the only way to get back on parole is to complete that recommendation. Is that something that you're willing to do?
Absolutely.
If the board chose to parole you, or even when you do end up getting paroled, because at some point you will, regardless of when it may be, you will eventually get paroled.
Understood.
What are your plans for parole?
Well, I'm going to seek meaningful employment. First priority, however, is SOTP, though it is not listed as the first priority in my CAP assessment. Well, I'm not sure. Sorry, I don't want to speak on something I'm not sure of. I want to get a job very quickly, be able to produce and progress through treatment. I want to be a part of my son's life. I want to be a part of my girlfriend's life and be the person she needs me to be, because she has stuck by me despite my history in parole. I do have multiple options as far as paroling addresses. However, I've been maintaining flexibility and not putting my eggs in one basket, as I'm not sure what the dynamics of my parole will be yet. So I do have, sorry, excuse me, my mouth's dry. I do have an option to parole back home in Redmond, Washington, where there are actually a lot of resources available. And I would be temporarily staying with my little brother, who is drug-free, alcohol-free, and very successful in his career with maintenance. Or I could parole with my girlfriend and her children, whom, though not financially, I've been fostering on parole, in Vernal, Vernal, Utah, or, parole to a community correctional facility. Again, I don't want to decide on just one and pursue just one, as I don't have criteria such as being within 6 months of a parole date as of yet, or any kind of stipulations that could change the dynamic. So I'm just trying to be mindful and flexible.
That's fine. What have you been up to since you've been back incarcerated, sir?
Well, first couple months was wallowing in misery, feeling sorry for myself, and making excuses not to change. I'm tired, I'm depressed. However, I did take it upon myself to start getting my mental health diagnosis treated, and that, along with the desire to be a father to my son, because I don't care what anyone says, you really can't father a child while you're incarcerated. I've gotten up, I started, by working out, and I understand you guys don't care how many push-ups I can do now compared to when I came in. But that drive helped put me in a mindset for success and for progress as opposed to stagnation. So I asked my boy what he wanted to be when he grew up, and out of all things, my 9-year-old son said a plumber. I want to be a plumber. So I decided I want to be his hero. I'm going to pursue a career in plumbing. Again, it's very practical and pragmatic. So I've spent hours upon hours upon hours studying for this field. And also, enrolling in these self-help courses available, such as Life After Prison and Parole, such as securing employment with a criminal record, as though not the single reason why I did not secure employment, it was definitely an obstacle at times. So this self-help course really helped you navigate securing employment with the record, with everything from applying to interviewing. I understand there's a lot of good things in the works economically out there, and I'm looking forward to the opportunity that awaits. Now, I understand I'm not going to secure my career right away, hence just seeking some kind of employment straight away, be it flipping burgers or washing dishes. I've kept my standards high while I've been in here. I've not at all participated in any kind of drugs or alcohol. It's not really an issue in our section anyways. We really have a very pro-social section where it seems like people care. So, having companions that are like, hey, did you work out today? Hey, so tell me about this plumbing thing, and stuff like that. Things that are going to, I feel, reinforce my foundation that I have built and that I have laid while I'm in here.
Okay, you mentioned something about your mental health. I show here that you have ADHD and bipolar. Is that all?
That is all, yes.
And you said your son is autistic?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. Are you on medication, sir, and do they help?
Yes, I'm on sertraline 50 milligram, known as Zoloft. I have been taking it consistently and will continue to do so upon paroling.
Okay. Sir, is there anything else at this point that you would like the board to know? You've pretty much, with all the information you've given me, you've pretty much answered all of my questions.
Yes. My parole officer told me at a meeting, one of our monthly check-ins, give me the information I asked for and nothing more. So I really hope I haven't talked your face off. I understand I'm not going to talk my way out of prison. I can talk my way into prison. But I just want these things that I've shared to be known as fact and truth.
Okay. And I'll put that information in there for sure. So what I plan on doing is taking the information we discussed today, compiling that into a report and submitting that to the board. You're well aware the board is the one who has the final say over everything. They're the ones who are going to make the determining factor in this. Usually takes about 2 to 4 weeks for them to get that decision out to you. There is a chance that they'll probably want you to complete that program prior to a parole, just so you know. There's also the chance that they may not, but plan for completing that program. Just because it's a good chance that it will potentially happen. You do
Understood.
have that 100-year top, which is July 5th, 2115, as you are well aware. That is the length of time the board will have jurisdiction over your case, given there are no other further offenses. Any other
Understood.
questions for me, sir?
I don't think so. I believe we've covered everything.
All right, with that, we'll go ahead and conclude this hearing. Thank you. Good luck to you and have a good day.
You too. Have a nice day.
This is the time and place set for an original hearing for Thomas Compton, inmate 145102. Is that you, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm Kathleen. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole. I'll be conducting your hearing today. Because I'll be taking testimony from you, I'm going to have you raise your right hand for me so I can place you under oath. Do you swear and affirm the information you're about to provide is accurate and true, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Sir, did you receive 7 days notice of this hearing along with your blue packet?
Yes.
Did you have a chance to review that?
Mostly.
Did you have any questions on it?
No.
Okay, so it looks like at the last hearing, the board wanted you to get into residential substance abuse program. They also wanted you to remain case action plan compliant. And then we have received notification that you did complete a substance abuse program this last month, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so let's go over your original offenses really quick, and then we'll talk about your programming that you completed, okay? In case 2219010 or 221910057, you are convicted of a third-degree felony theft by receiving stolen property. This occurred where officers responded to a stolen vehicle back in October 3rd, 2022. At some point, they located you in this stolen vehicle when was it a traffic stop, sir?
Actually, no, I was on the side of the road.
Okay. And there were several items that were in that vehicle that were also taken. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, is there anything you wanted to add to that?
Well, the vehicle was actually borrowed to me. I knew it was stolen, but I needed a vehicle to move my trailer home. So that's why I was in possession of it.
Okay. And that's why you got this theft by receiving stolen property instead of a theft of a vehicle?
Yes, ma'am.
Case 231909933, you were convicted of a third-degree felony possession with intent to distribute a controlled substance, as well as a third-degree felony burglary. This occurred around September 18th, 2023, where officers responded to a call regarding multiple people as accessing and stealing from an abandoned business. When officers arrived, they stated you had 9 steel beams in your vehicle, each worth $60. There was an arrest warrant for you as well. And then when they impounded the vehicle, doing an inventory check of the vehicle, they found baggies of 8.2 grams of methamphetamine, a baggie containing 5.5 grams of heroin, a loaded syringe that tested positive for methamphetamine, a pipe with residue, burnt tin foil, and a large machete and 9 steel beams. Is that accurate, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Anything you wanted to add to that?
The only thing I really want to add to it is that I was the only one apprehended that day. I did have multiple people in my vehicle. Not all of the said substances were actually mine.
Okay. In case 231 901187, you were convicted of theft by receiving stolen property, a third-degree felony. This occurred around November 29th, 2022, where officers were dispatched to help a landlord evict an individual. Upon arrival, several people were found inside the residence and admitted to squatting there. You were each searched in incident to your arrest. Inside, I think it was your wallet, there was a financial card belonging to someone else. Is that accurate?
Yes, ma'am.
And then there was a vehicle you were in possession of that had been listed stolen. Is that accurate?
Yes, ma'am.
Anything you wanted to add to that?
I purchased that vehicle when I did know it was stolen.
You did know it was stolen?
Yes, ma'am. That's why I admitted to it, because I knew it was stolen when I purchased it.
Okay. In case 231-700-386, you were convicted of criminal trespass, Class A misdemeanor. This occurred around April 26, 2023, where officers responded due to an argument between you and another individual who it looks like you guys had an agreement to you doing some work and things like that on the house that may and may not have been followed through with. They eventually, and you had taken some items out of the house that you weren't supposed to be taking. Is that accurate?
To a point, yes.
Okay, what do you mean by that?
We did have an agreement for me to clear the house out. They did not say that, well, it's only certain items. The whole house was just ransacked with dog poop, and it was disgusting. And it took me several days. And I did track everything by pictures and videos on my phone and all that. And I did an excellent job on that house. And when it came time for him to pay up on his half, that's when the disagreement started.
Okay. It states here that when you were booked into jail on that, you had a baggie of methamphetamine as well on you. Is that accurate?
Yes, ma'am.
So tell me what you've been up to since you've been incarcerated, sir.
Well, the only time I have not been in a program is during R&O at the prison. When I first got arrested in September, I put myself in the CATS program in Salt Lake County. And I did that for 3 months. And then I was sentenced to prison. And I went to R&O. And then straight from R&O, I went into the solid programs for like about a month and a half. And then I came here to Beaver County for the BRT program.
Okay. Tell me a little bit about your substance use or your substance use in general.
It's generally been one substance. It's been meth. I've been a meth user for a good 30 years now.
Okay. What got you into it?
Curiosity.
Okay. So are you wanting to stop using?
Oh, yes, I have literally outgrown the use for using that.
Have you done programming prior to the program you just completed and successfully?
No, I have not.
So tell me, if anything, what you've learned from this program.
Well, I've learned the impact that I have done on myself and my family. I've learned that I've learned maturity. I've matured in many ways. Now I just don't think that the society is out to get me. I think that I've pretty much sabotaged myself. And it's just, I see things more not in such a one-way street now. I see things as a two-way lane. I think more clearly and more out further than I used to. And I just, in general, have matured and I just grown up on me.
Okay. What else have you completed since you've been incarcerated, sir?
Well, besides the CATS program, which deals with relapse cycle, conflict resolution, MRT, and grief and loss, and impact statements. I did the solid program, which pretty much got me over my fear of speaking in public. You have to do like little seminars and stuff. And then here at BRT, I've learned quite a lot. I've learned my MRT, I've done my MRT, I've done my life skills, I've done my cognitive thinking, I've done my RGAP, and just living in a 24-hour residential facility, I learned a routine, trying to say. You know what I mean?
Okay. What do you feel like for you overall has changed that's going to benefit you moving forward so you don't end up back in this situation?
I have made a couple plans. I have planned to, I got myself accepted into Golden Steps up north, which I plan to go to for at least 3 months or so.
What's the program called again?
Golden Steps.
Okay.
And then from there, my ultimate goal is to move back east to West Virginia because my dad's getting pretty old. There are responsibility that I need to dedicate myself to, something I can't just blow off.
Okay. Do you have any mental health diagnoses, sir?
No, ma'am.
How's your physical health?
My physical health is pretty good, except for my mouth. I've had 2 brain surgeries. I've had a brain aneurysm and bacterial meningitis 12 years ago. So the fact that I'm actually still alive is pretty amazing.
Okay. So if you end up staying here, sir, what are your plans? I know you mentioned you want to go back to West Virginia. Is that program you were talking about, is that out in the community?
Yes, it's up in Logan.
In Logan?
Yes, it's a sober
Do
living.
you have an address in Logan, or is the program a residential program?
It's a residential program.
Okay. As far as work, what are your plans?
Well, I'm an experienced cook. I've been a line cook for several years, and I've been a delivery driver for those years that I worked cooking. I have a very excellent driving record. So finding a job delivering, getting a delivery route or cooking should be no problem.
Okay. Sir, is there anything else at this point that you would like the board to know or feel like the board needs to know?
Well, I have been on parole before, back in 2007, and I did successfully fulfill that, and I did it in half the time that I was sentenced to. I have done parole before, and it's not impossible to go through it again. And it's just that I'm ready to move on forward in my life and not look back. And like I said, I've matured a whole bunch. This is the longest incarceration I've ever had, really. And so I'm over it and ready to move on.
Okay. If there's any restitution owing in your cases, sir, are you willing to pay that?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, what I plan on doing is taking the information we discussed today, compiling that into a report, submitting that to the board. You're well aware the board is the one who makes the final decision in your case. They're made up of 5 members, and it takes a majority vote for them to make that decision. It usually takes about 2 to 4 weeks for them to get that decision out to you. You do have a 19-month guideline, which puts you at February 19th, 2025. That guideline clearly is just a guideline. They can continue to go past that if they feel like they want you to complete something prior to a parole. However, they will take into consideration everything you have completed up until this point. You do have a 5-year top, which puts you September 18th, 2028. That is the length of time the board will have jurisdiction over your case, given there are no other further offenses. Any other questions for me, sir?
No.
All right, with that, we'll go ahead and conclude this hearing. Thank you. Good luck to you and have a good day.
Thank you.
Sir, Place set for an original hearing for Wade Wilford, inmate 258269. Is that you, sir?
Yes, yes, ma'am.
I'm Kathleen. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole. I'll be conducting your hearing today because I'll be taking testimony from you. I'm going to have you raise your right hand for me so I can place you under oath. Do you swear and affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. Sir, did you receive 7 days notice?
I'm sorry, of this hearing?
Did you receive notice of this hearing along with your blue packet?
Yes, I did.
Did you have a chance to review that?
Yes.
Did you have any questions on it?
No.
Okay, so your hearing was what's called smart scheduled, meaning they moved your hearing out to allow you time to do some programming prior to this hearing being scheduled. At that time, they wanted you to at least get into or have completed substance or residential substance abuse programming and MRT. We did receive notification that you did earn your high school diploma or GED. And then your restitution was sent back to the courts to be determined and then sent off to the Office of State Debt Collection. Does that sound accurate, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to go over your current committing offenses and then we'll kind of see where you're at as far as those requirements or those recommendations the board wanted you to do. So in case 221500376, you are convicted of a third-degree felony, failed to stop or respond to the command of law enforcement. This occurred around July 9th, 2022, where officers received a call of an impaired driver. A strong odor of alcohol was emanating from the male driver. Witnesses stated that they had seen the driver leave the parking lot and was driving erratically and speeding. When officers arrived, they stopped at a residence, or they were observing a residence known to be a drug house that you were at. A few minutes later, you had left the residence, demonstrating erratic driving patterns and drifting to the side of the road. After initiating the patrol lights, officers witnessed you go through a stop sign traveling 44 miles an hour in a posted 25 miles an hour zone. As the officer attempted to stop you, you continued to drive, make another turn, and traveling at an estimated 60 miles per hour. Officers eventually got you to stop, and you were found to be at a 0.15 blood alcohol content as well as under the influence of methamphetamine. Is that accurate, sir?
For the most part, yeah.
Anything you wanted to add?
No.
Okay. In case 231500177, you were convicted of third-degree felony aggravated assault. This occurred around May 10th, 2023, where officers responded to assault that had occurred. The victim told officers she had been assaulted by her boyfriend, who was inside the residence sleeping on the couch. You were found to have blood all over your hands, arms, and clothing. And there was blood also located in the bedroom. There was a strong odor of alcohol coming from you. Officers learned that you had been drinking the night before and then without any warning began punching the victim in the face and calling her derogatory names. Reports indicated that during this assault, you continually bit the victim on her arm, pulled back her fingers, as well as pulled her hair so you could continue punching her, telling her multiple times that you were going to kill her. Is that accurate, sir?
You know, I mean, if that's what she said, I mean, I believe it. I was blacked out, so, but I mean, I'm sure if that's what she said happened, I'm sure that's the way it happened.
Okay.
So.
Anything else you wanted to add to it? Okay.
Just that I feel horrible about it, and I'm sorry.
Case 221500072, you were convicted of a Class A misdemeanor possession or use of a controlled substance. This occurred around January 28th, 2022, where officers conducted a vehicle license plate check and found that you were driving an uninsured vehicle. When they pulled you over, they located, you had alcohol containers that were open on your front passenger seat, and they located a glass pipe with white crystalline residue in the glove box. Is that accurate, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Anything you wanted to add to that?
No, ma'am.
Sir, if restitution is owing in your case, are you willing to pay that?
I'm sorry, what was that?
If restitution is owed in your case, are you willing to pay that?
Yes.
Tell me what was going on during this time.
Through all the three of those?
Say that again?
During which time? Through all that?
Through all of it, through all this
Yeah.
time, yeah.
I was drinking too much. I was drinking every day. And I was definitely living the wrong kind of lifestyle. I was drinking, like I said, I was drinking way too much every day, and not just beer, I was drinking whiskey, and it's just I don't know. It's the worst I've probably ever been in my life when it comes to drinking. I mean, I've been drinking my whole life. I'm 53 years old, and I've been in my fair share of trouble. I've never been to prison before, but I don't know. I was out of control, drinking way too much and doing drugs, and I look back and I realized, you know, how stupid it was, and that I don't want to live like that anymore. So that I was just living the wrong, horrible lifestyle.
Tell me when you began using methamphetamine as well.
When I began using it, I never used to like meth. I moved out to Utah a few years ago, in 2021, I think it was. I never liked meth at all, but a friend of mine, I don't know, we did it a few times, and I kind of got into a little bit. I don't know. Yeah, I could very well do without it. I wasn't like looking for it every day. If there was nothing around, and I wouldn't go really looking for it. But if it was around, I would do it. And I don't know.
How long has alcohol been an issue for you, sir?
Alcohol. Basically my whole life, I think. I mean, I've been since I started drinking when I was a teenager, and I mean, it was just to party and have fun back then, you know, but which I still consider that's what it was, but when I was doing it all the time and way too much, and it wasn't fun, I don't know, turned into something else. It turned me into somebody else.
Okay.
And yeah, so I've made up my mind never to drink again. No, I can't do that anymore. I don't want to be that person. I'm gonna be someone else. I want to find new friends and a new lifestyle. Can't do that anymore. I owe that to
The
everybody.
victim in your case were here. What would you say to her, sir?
I would say I'm so sorry, and I wish you the best of luck. And I wish I could go back and get a better person. And please forgive me, and I'm so sorry.
Sir, do you have any mental health diagnoses?
No, ma'am.
How's your physical health?
I'm pretty good health, except for the past couple years I've been locked up. I put on like 25 pounds, and my back's been hurting.
Anything that would prevent you from being able to have a successful parole?
No, I think I'd be fine. I'll be
Okay.
fine.
Tell me what you've done since you've been here, sir.
Well, at first, in prison, I started going to the school to get, to classes, to, whatever I could. Nobody had told me to do anything. I signed up to go to programs called Strive at Gunnison Prison, and it's like a therapeutic community. I think it stands for success through responsibility, integrity, values, and effort. And I was there for over a year.
And I did some programming, I did anger management, and I did a COG course on tablet. I'm in COG again here, I'm in the BRT here at the Beaver Jail, but over there I got my diploma and I did whatever programming I was trying to, like I said, the anger management, victim impact, and cognitive thing on the tablet, and I was I'm just about to go to level 4 on Strive, which is the last level, when they counted me over to Beaver County, and I signed up myself for the BRT program, the residential treatment. I signed up for that myself. I signed up for that, and I'm doing that. I'm doing MRT and all the stuff in the program, and that's in the program, and I like it. I mean, I like what I'm learning, and
What have you learned in the programs you've been attending?
I've learned a lot, just how to deal with anger, and just a lot, like how to change my way of thinking, and my behaviors, and sorry, I'm just
You're fine.
and it's really good classes. I just can't think of everything right now,
How long is the substance abuse program over there?
How long is the program? It's a 9-month program.
Okay.
I've been in it for like 2 or 3 months now.
Okay. More than likely, the board will want you to complete that prior to a parole, just so you're aware. So make sure you stay in it.
That's what I figured. I'm doing I'm trying the best I can in there. So
Yeah, for sure. And then you have a disciplinary back from February of last year. Tell me a little bit about that.
Yeah, all that was okay. So the credits I needed for my diploma. I had a couple of books that were that I could take back to my cell for self-study. You could do the work, in your cell or whatever.
Right.
And I one of the books, it's like a lot of pages, maybe 100 pages. There's lots of, you got to read through the whole thing. And I put little marks to so I knew where I left off. I didn't think anybody would notice, and one day I turned them in. I was done, and I guess they saw those, and the lady told me I had to write up, and I just said, okay, I knew I did it, but I mean, a little bit of whiteout would have fixed it, but I figured it is what it is. I shouldn't have put the marks in there, and I just put some marks in there just so I knew where I left off. I didn't think it was anyone would even notice, but yeah, so they wrote me up for it. So
For you, sir, what do you feel like has changed overall that's going to help you so you don't end up back here in the future?
what has changed overall? Well, I have changed. I've had a lot of time to think, and I'm getting pretty old. I'm in my 50s now, and I've never been to prison. This is a whole new thing for me, a whole new experience for me. And I don't ever want to do this again. And so I'm going to change my lifestyle. I'm not going to be out to drink or party anymore.
Okay.
I'm going to, pursue my hobbies and work, and try to make the best of what life I have left.
Sir, when the board does decide to parole you, what are your plans? What's parole going to look like for you? Do you have an address, job?
Well, so when I got moved here from the prison to the Beaver County, I've been going to church every week and studying a lot of the Bible. And anyway, so one of my cellmates told me about the Ogden Rescue Mission, and that's where he was going. And he told me all about it. I don't really know a lot of these towns in Utah. Like I'm from Denver, and the only town I know was Cedar City that I was living in for a couple, 2-3 years.
Right.
And, so I know there's no halfway houses there, or I don't know, there might be a sober living. I don't know. But this guy told me about I don't think it really matters which town I go to. Well, maybe I'm sure, but like he told me about the Ogden Rescue Mission, and everything he told me about it sounded really good. I mean, he said it's called a New Life program, and he said you live there for 6 months, you work for them, and you do programming there, classes there, I think, with drugs and alcohol also. And he said you work for them for 6 months, and he said, and you work there, you either work in the kitchen or security, and I could be going to my parole every month, and he said they give you like $20 a month. I don't know, in case you want a cheeseburger or a pack of cigarettes. I don't know. And then he said they'll help with your parole payment. If you need to pay the fee, he said they help with all that. He said they let you go to church. He told me all about the Genesis Project church up the street. It sounds really good. And I've never really had trouble getting a job. I've got some skills. And I think, he said after you live there for 6 months and work for them, and you're doing you do programming there, and you can go to church and everything. He said that after that you get a job and you can stay there and save money so you can get a place. And it sounded really good, so I wrote everything down, and that's where I was thinking I would like to go.
Sir, is there anything else you would like the board to know at this point, or feel like the board needs to know?
Well, just that I know that I can, make it through the without, messing up. Like, I'm not going to drink or do drugs or anything. So, I told a lot of people, a lot of people, even some of the guys that are in the treatment program, for the drugs and alcohol, whatever, a lot of them, they're going to get out and still, use, but it's, you got to make that choice yourself. And I've made that choice to stop. So that's about all.
Okay. Well, sir, what I plan on doing is taking the information we discussed today, compiling that into a report and submitting that to the board. The board is made of 5 members. It takes a majority vote for them to make a decision in your case. It usually takes about 2 to 4 weeks for them to get the decision out to you. You currently have a 35-month guideline, which puts you at February 23rd, 2026, which is just a guideline. The board can go below that, on that, or past that, depending on what they want you to complete prior to a parole. Like I mentioned before, they're more than likely going to want you to stay on that program and complete it. They'll also take into consideration what you have completed as well when making their decision. You do have an 11-year top, which puts you at February 17th, 2034. That is the length of time the board will have jurisdiction over your case, given there are no other further offenses. Do you have any other questions for me, sir?
I don't, ma'am.
All right. With that, we'll go ahead and conclude this hearing. Thank you. Good luck to you and have a good day, sir.
Thank you.
This is the time and place set for a parole violation original hearing for DESHAWN Grant, inmate 140502. Is that you, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm Kathleen. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole. I'll be conducting your hearing today. Because I'll be taking testimony from you, I'm going to have you raise your right hand for me so I can place you under oath. Do you swear and affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. Sir, did you receive 7 days notice of this hearing along with your blue packet?
Yes,
Did you have a chance to review that?
I did.
Did you have any questions on it?
No.
Okay. What I plan on doing is going over your current committing offense, and then we'll go over your parole violations, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
In case 241901779, you were convicted of 2 third-degree felony. One was a possession with intent to distribute, and another was attempted possession of a dangerous weapon by a restricted person. This occurred around January 27, 2024, where officers conducted a traffic stop with the vehicle for faulty equipment. A search of the vehicle was conducted and a blue tube containing M30 pills consistent with fentanyl were located in the center console. Officers also located a Ziploc bag with a green leafy substance consistent with marijuana in the center console. And then they ended up going to your house and searching your room as you at the time were a parolee, and found under your bed, officers located a .22 rifle and a baton with a sharp blade. Is that accurate, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Anything you wanted to add to that?
No.
Okay. I'm going to go over your current committing offenses. As I go through these, I'm going to ask if you admit, deny, or no contest. Some of these may coincide with your current committing offenses. Some of them may have been dismissed in that court case. I'm still going to ask if you admit, deny, or no contest for the parole violation purposes, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
On allegation 1, by having committed or by having been convicted of a new criminal offense or violated a court order or possession with intent to distribute a controlled substance, or by having associated with a person involved in criminal activity on June 27, 2024 in violation of your parole agreement, do you admit, deny, or no contest?
No contest.
We'll take judicial notice on that as that is your current committing offense in case 241901779. On allegation 2, by having committed or by having been convicted of a new criminal offense or violated a court order, possession of a controlled substance, marijuana, spice, or by having associated with a person involved in criminal activity on or about June 27, 2024 in violation of the parole agreement, do you admit, deny, or no contest?
Guilty.
On allegation 3, by having purchased, possessed, owned, used, or had control of any explosive, firearm, ammunition, or dangerous weapon, including archery equipment or crossbow, on or about August or June 27, 2024, in violation of your parole agreement, do you admit, deny, or no contest?
Guilty.
We'll go ahead and take judicial notice on that one as it is your second current committing offense. We'll amend it to an attempted in case 241901779. On allegation 4, by having purchased, possessed, owned dangerous weapon, including archery equipment or crossbow, on or about June 27, 2024 in violation of your parole agreement, do you admit, deny, or no contest?
Guilty.
And then on allegation 5, by having committed or by having been convicted of a new criminal offense or violated a court order, use or possession of drug paraphernalia, or by having associated with a person involved in criminal activity on or about June 27, 2024 in violation of your parole agreement, do you admit, deny, or no contest?
Guilty.
We'll accept admissions to allegations 2 through 5. Take note on allegation 1. We'll accept your no contest order on allegation 1. We'll go ahead and revoke your parole for August 9th, 2022. Tell me how parole was going, sir.
Great. It was, parole was good. I was doing everything I needed to do. My classes were taken care of. I went to a sober living in Spanish Fort. And then I was released after that to home with my wife. Had a full-time job, no dirty UAs, paid all my restitution or my parole supervision fees. I was just working and coming home. My parole there was no hiccups, no problems.
So tell me what happened. What got you into this situation?
Helping, I guess you could say, helping friends, people that I seen that needed help. And I put myself, after I've told myself numerous times not to put myself in that situation where I was helping people, and I seen someone that needed help and I helped them, not knowing what he had on him or what he left in my truck. And that was my fault. I take full responsibility of that. So yeah, that's what I was, just helping somebody, and at the end, putting myself in a situation I didn't even need to be in.
What have you learned from this experience moving forward so you don't end up in this situation again, sir?
Everything. I've learned what loss and being in a situation where I had everything going for me. I had a full-time job, my family, the support, jeopardizing that for this. I won't ever do it again. Like, I can't take the chance or make that mistake again. As if someone doesn't need help or needs help, they need to figure it out on their own. I just got to take care of my responsibilities first and foremost.
Okay. Tell me what you've been up to since you've been incarcerated.
I've been doing a lot of self-help books and, I'm in MRT right now, trying to, figure out how I can help myself, better myself when I get out, you know, just stand to myself and stay keeping my mind right. That's pretty much it. Just MRT, whatever this county, provides for us.
Okay. Excuse me. Tell me, I show here, and this, I don't see an updated one on this, but it says back in 2012, you were part of a Crip gang.
Yes, ma'am.
Is that, tell me what your status is on that.
My status on that is, my family. Once I left the prison, I really left that alone because I was really on trying to better myself and better people around me that were bettering. So I'm not an active gang member, literally. I'm not out there causing gang problems. I'm just, like I said, I was literally just going to work every day and taking care of what I needed to take care of.
So are you inactive then?
Inactive, yes, ma'am.
How long have you been inactive?
At least 5 years.
Okay. Just because since it's listed on here, they're going to want to know as far as that goes.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you have any mental health diagnoses, sir?
No.
How's your physical health?
I'm all right. I'm good.
Anything that would prevent you from being able to have a successful parole?
No, absolutely no.
Tell me a little bit about your disciplinary you got in August.
Well, my cellie, okay, when he got in, he had Suboxone on him and he hid it in the garbage can and didn't tell me. So they did a search of our cell and found it. And like I told him, he had to take it because it wasn't mine. And when he told them that they told him it was an 813, he told me he couldn't take it. So they hit us both for it.
What do you feel like? I mean, you've already talked really about what's changed, being more aware, kind of making sure that those boundaries you set, you don't give in on because you see that that's kind of what got you caught up this last time.
Yes,
lowering those boundaries to help somebody else. What are your plans if you are paroled, sir, moving forward?
To really go back to what I was doing, staying focused on my family, going to work every day and taking care of whatever classes that I have out when I do get paroled, and just cutting those ties, keeping those boundaries and staying strong to what my commitment is to my family, to my wife, to my friends, and just doing us.
Do you have an address then?
Yes, ma'am.
Is it with your wife?
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am.
What do you do for work?
I was doing maintenance at Kennecott, and I have a job going back if I did choose to go when I get paroled.
At Kennecott?
Yes, ma'am.
Sir, is there anything else you feel like the board needs to know or you'd like the board to know at this point?
I would like them to know that the steps that I did take, right? I understand that I put myself in a situation that I need to be in, but that person that I was a long time ago is no longer. I wasn't just out there running around committing new charges. You know, I put myself in a situation where trying to help someone literally backfired on me. I was working full time. I wasn't a problem, and I just want them to know that I have changed a lot. I am not the same knucklehead out here carrying guns and on gang violence and just doing whatever. I literally knew what my responsibility was. I was committed to working in my family. That's what I want them to know.
Well, sir, what I plan on doing is taking the information we discussed today, compiling that into a report, submitting that to the board. You're well aware the board is the one that makes the final decision in your case. It takes usually about 2 to 4 weeks for them to get that decision out to you. You do have a 21-month guideline, which puts you at next March 2026. You also know that guideline is what it is. It's just a guideline.
Yes.
They can go below that, on that, or past that, depending on if they want to see you complete something prior to a parole. You also have a 100-year top from that original offense that puts you at 2112. That is the length of time. You're also well aware that the board will have jurisdiction over your case given there are no other further offenses. Do you have any other questions for me, sir?
No, ma'am.
All right, with that, we'll go ahead and conclude this hearing. Thank you. Good luck to you and have a good day, sir.
Thank you.
This is the time and place set for an original hearing for Clifford GLEAVE, inmate 168-1355. Is that you, sir?
Yes. Yes.
I'm Kathleen. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole. I'll be conducting your hearing today. Because I'll be taking testimony from you, I'm going to have you raise your right hand for me so I can place you under oath. Do you swear and affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. So did you receive 7 days notice of this hearing along with your blue packet?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you have a chance to review that?
I did.
Did you have any questions on it?
No.
Okay. It looks like prior to this hearing, your hearing was smart scheduled out to allow you to get into some programming that the board wanted you to get involved in, such as residential substance abuse programming and domestic violence. We did receive a earned time credit notification that you had completed the substance abuse program back in November. Is that accurate?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Let's go over your current committing offenses and then we'll see what you've been up to and everything since you've been here, okay?
Okay.
In case 221912126, you were convicted of a third-degree felony, theft by receiving stolen property. This occurred around October 27th, 2022, where it was reported that 2 dealer license plates were stolen from a vehicle. Later, you were observed driving a vehicle with those license plates on them. This was while you were pumping gas and driving away. Officers activated emergency equipment, and you accelerated in the Buick at a high rate of speed and drove away. Another officer followed you and observed it weaving in and out of traffic at a high rate of speed. The officers located the Buick, abandoned and searched the vehicle. Mail-in and financial transaction cards displayed your name on the identification at the location. Is that accurate, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Anything you wanted to add to that?
Just I was making a bunch of wrong choices at that time, and I hit a low in my life that I never want to go back to.
Okay.
You know, I really made some bad choices, and I can't undo what I did. I
Okay.
can only move forward from this point to better my life.
In case 221912835, you were convicted of a third-degree felony failure to respond to the officer's signal of stop. This occurred around November 4th, 2022, where West Valley officers responded to a complaint of a stolen Ford truck from the Dollar Tree parking lot. An officer observed you turn the truck around, run a stop sign, and almost T-bone another vehicle. The officer attempted to traffic stop, but you drove away at a high rate of speed. You were tracked. They tracked the location of the vehicle to an apartment complex and observed you fleeing on foot. Is that accurate, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Anything you wanted to add to that?
Yeah, like I said previously, I made a bunch of bad choices. I could have hurt a lot of people. I could have damaged a lot of property. You know, there's things that could have happened that I couldn't undo. You know, fortunately, nobody was hurt in that incident, and I'm glad nobody was hurt for my actions.
Thank you, sir. Inmate 221 or Case number 221400881, you were convicted of a third-degree felony violation of a protective order. This occurred around April 27th, 22, where officers responded to a domestic incident at the victim's residence, stating that her ex-boyfriend tried to break the taillight on her vehicle before walking away. An officer patted you down for weapons and felt a lump in your front pocket. You admitted it was methamphetamine pipe and said you'd had methamphetamine and marijuana in your backpack. Officers noted that there had been a sentencing protective order on a prior case, which put you in violation of having contact with this victim. You were also found in possession of 6.5 grams of marijuana as well as 15.7 grams of methamphetamine. Is that accurate, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
So tell me, you mentioned that this was a low in your life. Tell me what was going on.
I left prison in 2016. I left here from Beaver County in 2016. I said that I'd never come back to prison. I straightened my life up. I got my CDL, and I was very successful, making over $100,000 a year. When 2020 come around, me and a supervisor had a misunderstanding over some political views, and I was terminated on the spot. Every time I tried applying for a job, they would call that supervisor and she'd give me a bad reference. And it just kept happening time after time and time. Finally, I just ended up giving up. And that's basically what led me here, is my relapse.
When did you relapse?
Around 2019.
You said 2019?
2019, 2020.
And you were fired in 2020?
Yeah.
What caused you to relapse in 2019?
Bad relationship.
And then the having struggles finding work caused you to continue?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. Tell me what you've been up to since you've been incarcerated, sir. I know you completed the substance abuse program. What else have you done?
So when I first hit Arno, I wrote you guys a letter kind of mapping out my goal plan. In that, I said I would like to get to Beaver County, where I would go into BRT and complete BRT. I've done all that. I've done MRT, I've done CBI. They don't have domestic violence here, but I completed their anger management that they got here. And I actually set up a place for me to go once I'm released here at Valley Epic, where they do have domestic violence courses, and it's a 4 to 5 month program that I would like to go to.
Say Valley Epic?
Yes. You got a letter in the blue packet from Caleb saying that there's a bed awaiting.
Okay.
I got a date.
What have you learned this time around, sir, that's going to help you moving forward?
Basically not give up on myself. There's always a way out, regardless of the situation. One of the things that kept me sober so long is I was seeing a therapist once a week. And when that bad relationship started happening and I ended up losing my job, I just gave up and started going to that therapist. But I think that was one of my things, was able to go and talk to a therapist and actually express myself and work through problems. And I just let that build up until finally I gave up completely on myself.
Sounds like you've got pretty good insight into like what led to your relapses, kind of where things started to go south and everything. So that's pretty good.
Well, I didn't give myself enough time. Like I started dating like 2 or 3 years after I left prison. I should have waited 5 to 10 years before I even start dating again. And that's my goal. Goal plan when I leave there is to focus on myself. If I can't fix me, there's no way I could have a relationship.
Right. Do you have any mental health diagnoses, sir?
I do. I've been diagnosed with depression and anxiety. I've got 2 different head traumas.
Do you take medications?
I don't. So when I was going to, before I got sentenced to prison for my first time, I was doing some classes at clinical consultants, and I seen a doctor there, and he prescribed me Klonopin, but I didn't like the feeling that they gave me, so I stopped using it.
Okay. Do you feel like you need medications?
If it's the right medication, you know what I'm saying? I don't like that edgy feeling.
Right.
You know, I would have to see a specialist to get the right medication for me.
Okay. I have you listed down here as a juggalo. Is that accurate?
I can't deny what I'm down at. I got a hatchet man tattoo. So when I come into the prison system, they automatically put me on gang file for it because there was something going on at the time.
What's the Hatchet Man represent for you?
It's just a record label symbol. I grew up listening to ICP since I was a teenager. I go to concerts. I do all kinds of their gatherings and stuff like that. It was a fan base for me. It was a time of my youth that I enjoyed going to concerts, listening to music, hanging out with friends, but I've never gang banged. I've never set myself. In fact, this time when I hit R&O and I was talking to one of the sergeants, he goes, "Let me ask you something. Are you a gang member?" And I told him no. He goes, "Well, I'm going to go look." 9 times out of 10, people that tell me that they're not a gang member usually are. He come back, he goes, "Well, I'll be damned. Ever since you come to this prison, you've denounced being a gang member." He goes, "You're absolutely right. But there's nothing we could do. We could put you on a modified list and try and get you off, but you have to be in prison for that. So there's nothing I could do." I'm kind of restricted as far as that goes.
Okay.
And I'm just being honest. I put it on the paper, you know, because I didn't want to lie to you guys and say, "Hey, look, I have
Well, and that's why I ask, because they'll want to know what their status is and all of that. So that information is good to have. Tell me about your physical health. Do you have any physical health issues?
I feel fine right now. I just got done working out before I come to the board, you know. I'm trying to stay active. Right now, there's a letter in my blue packet. I'm working every single day. I'm 2 positions away to being the head cook. There's inventory head cook, and once the head cook leaves next month, I'll be there. I'll take that position.
So you're planning on going to Valley Epic after this, right?
I would love to go to Valley Epic. Simple fact, I got some things like mental health stuff that I think I could work through that would help me better off, set me up for a better life. And I want to fulfill what the Board of Pardons, even though I did that anger management class, if I could go in there and do domestic violence, then I'm compliant with you guys.
Right.
You know, it's something that I want to do.
What are your other plans after Valley Epic if that's what ends up happening for you?
I have to see where my CDL still stands, you know, with these high-speed chases and stuff like that. I would like to go back to work, but right now I have to work on myself and get myself set up in order to start working again.
Okay. Sir, is there anything else you feel like the board needs to know or you'd like the board to know at this point?
I wrote you guys a letter as soon as I got my board packet. On these charges, on the domestic violence part, I've gotten 300, almost 11 months worth of prior jail time on these charges.
Right.
If you can see that letter that I sent you guys.
Well,
That's
and I
all.
do see where it says that you were credited for 252 days credit for time served. So that's been
That-
accounted
that-
into this.
That's on the Salt Lake County stuff. The packet that I got, it's got two separate times, one for Salt
Okay.
Lake and one for Utah County. The domestic violence or the violation no contact order is like 300 and something days prior to prison. And I've been here 16 months.
So I can have them, our time accounting people, double check that.
Yeah, it's two separate cases, one through Salt Lake and one through Utah County. And I
Yeah,
got-
we have people who are specifically at the board, who that's all they do is calculate the credit for time served, the guidelines and everything else. So I'll make sure and email them just to double check and let them know. And then, if it changes, then it'll reflect on your information. If it doesn't, then it will stay the same.
Yeah.
Okay, anything else, sir?
I just wish I could have made better choices and not ended up here. But, you know, things happen for a reason, you know. This has been time that I have to reflect on what I have to lose. Like I said, I was making $100,000 a year in a brand new vehicle, and, you know, I was doing really good, you know, and I just gave it up because I gave up on myself. I need to push through them moments of hard time.
Right. Okay. Well, sir, what I plan on doing is taking the information we discussed today, compiling that into a report and submitting that to the board. You're well aware the board is the one who makes the final decision in your case. It usually takes about 2 to 4 weeks for them to get that decision out to you. You do have that 34-month guideline, which puts you at February 5th, 2026. That guideline is what it is. It's just a guideline. They can still go below that, on that, or past that, depending on if they want to see you complete something prior to a parole. However, they will take into consideration everything you have completed up to this point. You do have a 10-year top, which puts you at June 8th, 2033. That is the length of time the board will have jurisdiction over your case, given there's no other further offenses. Again, I've made note to check on that credit for time served and double check that guideline and everything. Do you have any other questions for me, sir?
Oh, man.
All right, with that, we'll go ahead and conclude this hearing. Thank you. Good luck to you and have a good day, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.